Okay, I think we're on. Okay, let's see. Yo, Fumofu. My mic working? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're gonna knock out. We are gonna knock out. We are gonna knock out. Some. I think it's like the second to last CG. I think I have to take care of. There's a couple other ones that are missing, like some finishing touches, but I think this is the last one. But to do these, every time I do these, I have to make sure I'm doing it right. I gotta do a little bit of copying first and stuff, or elsewhere. Yo, well. I immediately regretted not. Cause I saw you reply to me. I immediately regretted starting stream without replying. That's all right. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna shoot for a daily stretch until at least. I'm trying to think. The only thing that gets really dicey would be like finishing the writing on stream. I could finish the writing on like the secret stream, but even then it gets kind of dicey. I don't know how many people want to see me like sit there and kind of bang my head against the Japanese language and like write shit that they'd rather just experience when playing the game. I don't know. But the writing is almost done, so it'd only be like, I don't know, like 6 days worth, maybe less. It's hard to say. Well, on the other hand, like I could still stream on days I write. I would just have to do shorter streams. It actually, believe it or not, can like, it can make shit chiller. It's not necessarily like more stress or less stress. It's like less stress in some areas, more stress in others. Because one thing it does is it helps me not get like, I noticed it yesterday that like after a coding sesh while streaming, for example, not like I was doing anything that hard yesterday, like in code, it was mostly just kind of like routine like clean up shit and whatever. But I noticed it helps me like pace shit a little bit. You know, it helps me like take a breather and stuff. But on the other hand, yeah, like sometimes just like I guess talking expends energy inherently. It's hard to say. I don't know. I talk a lot even when I'm not streaming. I'm like a stream of conscious type. So it's hard to say. I don't know. There are some things though, like I'm trying to think. When it came to designing is always something that like I did do some design on Secret Stream once or twice. That definitely made it more stressful because like designing is one of the, it's like almost like fishing, like you're just waiting for the right answers and shit. So to add like a performance pressure, I noticed made it super stressful. I've seen I actually have seen like Kaori once start a stream and then just literally shut it off like 10 minutes later because she didn't have enough. She was trying to do like an OC type thing and she just didn't have enough design material already. So it was just like too much. So yeah, like designing is hard, but anything that's not that. I feel like I'm not getting the space on this right at all. Yo, Elman. Yeah, so we need like, because this is going to be like a panning type. It's going to be like a panning type composition, so I need to do a bunch of studies of characters like aligned type compositions. Just to make sure I'm getting it right. I don't have like this super clearest vision in my head, but like for some of it I do, for like the focal point I do, but for the rest I don't have like an exact vision right now. So this one's like they're not usually that hard to plan, but this one's definitely going to be the hardest. Plus it's pretty expression sensitive, and the more expression sensitive these become, the more I have to like do more of a thorough rough before I hand it to my brother, so or it gets bad. Yo, Nova. It's been nuts because like I haven't had like much time to do a careful drawing and like for well I had to do the friggin' poster, but it's still technically not done. But other than that, I haven't had time to do any like everything has just been like rough shit because that's what's needed out of me right now. And like just constant like everything has just been composition lately. It's funny because like less than a year ago, it's not like I knew nothing about composition, but like I did not have much composition knowledge under my belt to really speak of. It's funny too, like same with animation, like you know I knew some basics and stuff, but like since I put out that initial devlog, I had to learn an insane amount of shit to do this fucking thing. Oh yeah, like well, there was Hololive English had well it had Ina, of course, who was insane, And then the other insanely good illustrator they had was the one. Um, I can't remember her freaking name, but she quit. But yeah, she was insanely good. She's drawn for like FGO and stuff a couple times. I assume they're all like. Some kind of. I think she was like some kind of Australian Asian. I think they're pretty much all like at least like half. The ones who are good at art, I think, are at least like I think they're all at least like half Asian. So that's just kind of like the law in the. That might be starting to change now. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's definitely starting to change for sure. But for the longest time, it's just people didn't feel comfortable doing it if you were in the West and not literally genetically Asian. Oh, wow. Holy shit, Ukrainian grew up in Japan. That's nuts. I've never heard of that before. Thing that sucks when trying to improve your art is when you're on a art high, right? Like a confidence high. Yeah. Yeah, a lot, yeah. Yeah, the friggin' cycle. The artist cycle, as they call it. The cycle is extremely hard. Nachos, half black, half Japanese. I don't know if I've heard. Nachos. Yeah, Oh, maybe I have actually. Yeah, it's extremely good. Yeah, the artist cycle is one of those brutal things where it's like, there's a couple ways of going about it. One is just never let it get that high. So just like keep your highs clamped. Like try to set a hard limit to try to set a hard limit to however confident you're feeling. Or no, confidence is different. Confidence, you should always seek to be as confident as what you know you can do. So you should always try to be measuring your ability. Like, I know I have this much EXP with this type of pose from this type of angle in this type of style. Thus, I have seen myself do it like this well, this number of times, etc. Like, you should try to get like number minded when it comes to confidence. But when it comes to like how, because confidence in like self, I guess like image, are two different things. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Oh, this is not in line with this at all. Yeah, like confidence and self, like, yeah, I guess like value, image, whatever. They're technically two different things, and when it comes to when it comes to whatchamacallit, when it comes to art, yeah, you want to try and get like as mathematical. You want to objectify the actual doing process, the confidence portion, as much as you can. Oh yeah. Okay, well that's where suggestion 2 comes in. Suggestion 2 is and a lot of people do this, especially if you're serious enough to do something like a site. See, I opt for the keeping a limit on the confidence thing because you know, because I'm not an artist. So it works out well for me, but that's not what my brother does, and that's not what I think most people do. My other advice is honestly just like learn to love learn to love the bipolarness. Like just like don't like fight it. Like just treat it as a ride. Treat the highs as thrilling and treat the crashes as also thrilling, and just trust that the high is going to come again as long as you keep going. That's what this is a copy. This is a copy for practice, but it's to directly apply this type of composition because I'm currently copying compositions I'm going to be using elements of, so that's what we're doing right now. So, yeah, like, cause like that's what I did for like other things that well, I'm trying to think which things I did that with. Well, definitely when I was like a teenager and for my first like maybe 6 years with like writing, I was very much like that. I just kind of like I would embrace the roller coaster, and I think it was better to just embrace it because like that way there's like passionate emotions at all times. Like even when you're in a low, you're thinking about it because you're in sort of pain about it. You're in like a form of pain, but you're still thinking about it, which is good. And you're like hungry for another high inherently. Like you can't run away. Like if you're experiencing highs, you're eventually gonna like become reliant on periodically getting them, sort of emotionally. And then there will come a point where you just keep getting better that like over time you can spend more and more time in the high state. And if you lose it, you'll have a better and better roadmap for how to get back to it. So yeah, that's method 2. Just learn to like, just always expect yourself to be like a little better than you are, and just embrace the cycle. Just go nuts. Like, if art was the only thing I did, that's what I would do, to be honest. But I think the problem is that, we are drawing today. We're going to do a little bit of practice, and then we're going to rough out a CG. It's going to be like one of the harder CGs, so it needs a little bit of care. So we're just doing some practice first to get ready for it. Yeah, exactly. I'll know. I think that's the problem. I think that's a big problem that like, people fear people. People will often take it as a sign that they're doing something wrong or something is wrong, but it's not. It's not a sign you're doing something wrong. Can often be the opposite. And that's the thing. The nature of creation is not stable. It's inherently anytime you make anything, I mean, it's inherently, it's more similar to like going through like pregnancy or something than it is similar to working a job. It's not about stability and security. It's about consistency and seeing something through to the end. Or yeah, technically a different thing from security and stability. So, like, it's important to not see that as like something wrong is happening, but instead just try to get a bigger like perspective on everything. Yeah, no, yeah, that can absolutely happen, Nova, and that's where I recommend doing yeah, like doing whatever you can to get like mathematical and mechanical about your ability. Like, so for example, one of the best things, in my opinion, for keeping things really, really like mathematical and objective, so that your high doesn't like. So that your high doesn't do like bad things to you, is is um is this is like one of the best things that I ever did to holy shit, base as fuck. Spreading the word. Doing God's work, doing true God's work. So yeah, so this is something that will save you a lot of headache and stuff. Make this like a mental rule. If you can, you are only as good as you cannot be better than what happens when you copy. And any flaws that come out when you copy are flaws you have when you produce. If you hold that principle in your head, the whole thing can become a lot more objective and easier. So that way you can do something like pull up something to copy and, do a copy of it, and then do the trick where you like overlay it, like overlay it exactly, like you use something as like a lineup point, like line up by the chin or the eye or the shoulders or something, and then just keep checking, like what went wrong and stuff. And like that is one of the most and never having a close enough mentality. Treat it as just like a perfect score is when you copied absolutely everything, every nuance of every line. If you can use that as like a consistent metric of ability, you'll prevent the highs from getting like weird and like, because like the problem with the highs is that they can start like imagining ridiculous, irrational stuff that doesn't make sense, and that's when you stop noticing errors, because basically you're like, the mentality that doesn't notice errors is one that really, really desperately wants to not be that wants to think that like if it doesn't look at something, then it doesn't need to deal with it type thing. Like if I don't notice it, it doesn't exist type thing. Like, okay, maybe I'm a Kamiyeshi right now. If I just don't check that, if I don't check that idea, if I don't do anything that certainly contradicts it, then I can just keep running with it, with the idea. So basically, like, that type of exercise and that mentality towards copies is one of the absolute best things for keeping you. It will keep all your highs within reason now, because they'll never surpass what they're seeing your actual hand is capable of. So yeah, that's my personal recommendation. My eyes were developed of my draw. This is really easy. I assume you meant ahead. Yeah. Like some people are kind of permanently. Some people are kind of permanently like that, and I think that's usually very lucky when you have that, because it can be really hard to have that. I feel like. I actually don't know what like the majority amounts to. I know that like I really struggled for a long, very very long time to be able to objectively perceive whatever's going on. But I'm also lucky in that like I've had the ability to ask like my brother and stuff for ages now and stuff, so like he's helped me stay very objective and shit, which is like big. I mean, I would say that too, like if you can have a person that reliably objectifies whatever's happening with you, I feel like that's and helps like whatever. If you don't have a super reliable eye, I feel like that's like huge, honestly. I feel like in some cases there's no substitute for it. For just having a person that can just see what's going on, honestly. Lately I've been becoming like really, and it's not just because it's not just because I've done it for money a few times. Just in general lately, I've become very like big on the. I'm becoming very like teaching pilled. Like I think like lately I've been noticing like just how significantly helpful teaching can be on people. So there's that as well. Yeah, so when you don't know what to, copy more. It takes it, yeah, exactly. Ryu said it best. Yeah, it's like, so that's what I would say. I would say like don't fear the highs and copy to stay objective, and as a bonus if you have a like reliable if you have like a reliable source of feedback, that's big. Because yeah, like having the ability to objectify your own stuff, I do think like what Bato was saying, I think that is rare. I think that's generally rare. If I had to say, I think that's just kind of the lucky ones. The hardest part for me is accept that I cannot finish something and upload the illustration anyway. Oh, you mean when something's going bad? Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, because that's the other thing is that, like, just in general, acknowledging the amount of work that is required to hit a certain goal in a certain moment is, like, obviously just inherently painful. It is inherently painful to acknowledge that, like, oh, I need this knowledge now, and it's gonna take this much time to get that kind of knowledge. Which is another reason why I say, like, using copies as your, like, sort of objectifier of skill is so helpful, because, like, I pretty much, like, don't get surprises anymore when I do things. Like, I can't remember I genuinely can't remember the last time I performed worse or better than I expected. It's pretty much always now exactly, like, what I expect is what I get. And I think it's because I spent a lot of time, like, really, really trying to be to objectively judge what I'm capable of using exercises like like copy plus overlay, and or even something just like, oh, okay, do a quick rough gesture from imagination. How good did it come out? Do that 5 times. Like, whenever you do anything, do it enough times for the like truth to come out, so to speak. So it's like, okay, do 5 rough okay, so now you're gonna see, like, never do anything without seeking, like, the average, without trying to find out what control for flukes, control for, etc. Don't panic when something goes wrong, but also don't like delude yourself just because something went right. Oh, there's another good piece of advice. That's actually perfect if you're doing a Saito thing. I'll tell you in a sec. Here's your thoughts are on artists that are not pro level, like Zune, Black Souls, but have something that sets them apart. When I occasionally come across someone who's even at beginner level but has some... Yeah, well... I think that the second part is, I think, easier to answer, and that's... I honestly think that... like... Some people just have like, everyone has a natural touch, and you're kind of just, like, stuck with it until you get good enough that you can, like, manufacture a different touch. And even then you're gonna retain, like, some kind of consistency that's your natural touch. And honestly, I just think some people just, like, everyone has pros and cons to it, and some people just have more pros or more cons to theirs. Like, it's it's just not it's like a Pokemon's base stats or something. It's like, it's just like what it's just like, yeah, it's just like your natural affinity, and for some people it's just, like, really charming. for some people it's gonna be, it's gonna be like rougher in aspects and stuff, and like, because that's something I notice. Like, it doesn't matter how many gains I get. There's always just like an inherent look when I do stuff, especially when I see people who do have like a really natural touch. There's always just something that reminds me that like, oh yeah, like I don't have like a natural high affinity for this task. It could be way worse, obviously. Like I see people sometimes, and this isn't common, but every once in a while, and they almost never like actually seriously want to be artists, because I think nature kind of works itself out like that. Like I don't think anyone with like a real hopeless touch is gonna like aspire to be a great artist. And if they do, they could just, enough skill could just bulldoze the problem anyway. If they really want to do it. But yeah, but the point is that like I don't have any sort of like magic real gifted touch or anything, and I'm reminded of that a lot, because sometimes I'll even see people who are much less experienced, and I can tell like can't do a lot of the things I can do, but there's just like there's some kind of like charisma or magic to the touch, and that's definitely a real thing. I don't think there's any way around that. Like, I don't think you could argue that that's not a real thing when it's just so obvious when you look at enough people draw, basically. And yeah, so the thing with like Zune is that, yeah, I love Zune art too. I would say it's a mix of like, he definitely has just like a nice natural touch. Like I think his art, I think he's just one of the lucky ones with like a nice, charming touch to his stuff. The other thing is too is that he clearly put in a decent, I think he put in more technical reps than I think people realize, especially into stuff like composition and stuff. Like he clearly copied a lot of like manga and stuff at some point in his life. He probably had a point in his life where he was seriously considering becoming a mangaka, in all likelihood. Maybe he even admitted this at one point. I don't know. But it is very unlikely that he didn't have a period where he was putting in some pretty technical reps towards like at least like composition and maybe developing some kind of system with faces and stuff to some extent. I think Ryu made the right decision not putting any special CGs or anything in Higurashi. Yeah, well, he just has the one in Chapter 6, and it makes it kind of cool. It makes it kind of, like, special. And, yeah, I definitely agree. Well, that's what's funny. In Higurashi, he straight up kind of, like, hides the Tachie even from you the more it goes on. Just because, he knows that it's, like, not fitting the... It's not, like, fitting the text very well. I think Zune and Ryu have enough humility to know how to aim for drawing something with... Yeah, that's the other thing, Chris. Like, literally practice refining aiming for a specific product. That's a huge aspect. They've literally... Like, Zune has literally put in a lot of practice and deliberateness into drawing like Zune. Like, it's not like when Zune goes to draw, he's worried about getting better. It's not like he's thinking, ah, shit, this isn't like, this doesn't look like this professional artist. This doesn't look like that. And That's the thing, because like when you take because one of the ones you mentioned was like Black Souls, and out of the three of those, like Zune Ryu and the Black Souls dude, at this point in time, the Black Souls dude, I'm pretty sure is certainly the most skilled of them, and like a lot of what goes into the Black Souls dude making his art look good is just like he's got the base skill, and then he just really makes sure he doesn't rock the boat. Like he has all these little. He knows what his charming points are. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. Like he knows what makes his art charming. The Black Souls dude knows what the Black Souls charm is. Like he's not confused about it. It's not an accident. Maybe it started as an accident. Probably started as an accident, but at some point he made it deliberate. He made it not an accident. He actually aimed to. He noted what qualities are aesthetic, and he deliberately, sought to let them come out more strong, increasingly strongly. It's the same thing if you get someone like, like One the mangaka with like Mob Psycho or whatever. Like he's very deliberately aiming for something, and he knows what all the one-isms are, and he knows how to consistently produce the one-isms because he's practiced producing them. Izumi Takamoto. Yeah, exactly. It's not pro, but it's absolutely not beginner. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, yep. Yeah, because I think it can be tempting. I think people can take these cases in a bad direction where, like, I think some people can, I think an unhealthy, I think like an unhealthy reaction can occur from the like bad, but it's good artists sometimes. But yeah, I think it's just important to remember that they're still like following, it can't actually be bad, I think it can't, yeah. Like there needs to be something, and it needs to be, if you want it to consistently come out, you got to know what's making it charming, and you got to aim for that, and you got to, because it's like, the mentality that I have no. The mentality that any professional has when they go to do professional work is not fundamentally different. Every pro knows their limits really well, and they know like what to aim for really well. Like they're not getting that thing that beginners go through where it's like they see producing work as like simultaneously like a training act with like an uncertain element to it. They're fundamentally doing nothing different than what like Zune or Ryu are doing, in the sense of like very deliberately envisioning charm points and limitations and aiming very deliberately to hit those, basically. I think it's cool having a personal touch, but sometimes if you're serious, that's exactly what I was trying to say when I say like an unhealthy reaction. The unhealthy reaction to like a Zune or a Ryu type thing, or a Black Souls type thing. The unhealthy reaction is thinking, oh well, I can cut the course. I don't have to. It's like that video. Like I am massive. Like, you know, the scrawny kid saying he doesn't have to lift because he's already massive. Like that's the unhealthy reaction to like a Zune or a Ryu or a One or whatever. Like it's important that you continue to, you know, try to be conventionally good, because that's what made those people what they are in the first place. So there's no escaping just, you know, trying to be conventionally good, because at the end of the day, like, that's all you have. You can't do anything else.
No one would care about any of these people's art alone if they didn't have another thing.
Oh, that's the other thing too. Yeah, that's the other thing. No one would give a shit about Ryu art if he wasn't a genius writer. No one would give a shit about Zune's art if he wasn't like I'm hesitating to call him a genius at any one thing, because it's not like he's like, you know, he's like a genius of doujin work, I guess you could say. Yeah, no one would give a shit about One if he wasn't right place, right time. No one would give a shit about Black Souls if it wasn't like an interesting game, etc. It's never the art that they're, you know, it's never the art that they're using as their axis. Yeah, yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Zune draws extremely fast, in that you can actually detect that in the drawing. You can feel that he did it extremely fast, which is also important. If you want a magic touch, that's where the shroom comes in. Perchance. There is a Stompin' Turts. There's a webpage out there that compiles Ryu's fan art, and I've seen some of his fan stuff from. I don't know if it's. Oh yeah. Seeing that's what's interesting, is that like Ryu's not actually drawing at the best of his ability in the When They Cry games. When he did like personal work outside of it, he's actually like, he's like more competent than you'd think, and you know, he's still like obviously missing a lot compared to a pro, but like he's definitely a lot more competent than you'd think when you see his personal work, like, you know, or his When They Cry work, like the Leaf Fight stuff and all that stuff. He was definitely a lot more competent than I think people think, because that's the thing, like, his art in When They Cry, that's not him straining himself to like put something out. That's him easily, you know, that's what he can easily do, you know. So there is an important distinction, and you can feel it in the product big time. Because evidence of struggle is pretty much guaranteed to destroy any sort of like magic. But at the same time, if it's not good enough when you don't struggle, then you have nothing. So you have to pass a certain threshold with little enough struggle, and it has to be good enough, and it has to be that's what I just said. And it has to be charming in some way. It has to provide something to the table. And it has to be paired with something with another strength, with an alternate strength to it, with some other kind of hook, something else to keep things interesting. Let's see. Oh, is there a web page out there that I don't know? I feel like there was. I saw one once, but I don't know. I don't remember what it was, to be honest. Special thing about Zune is I feel like he had good art in the PC. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Pixel art is like magic. Pixel art will do wonders for your. He also was genuinely putting more effort in back then because you can tell he didn't like. Zune art wasn't an iconic thing when he was making the PC. When he was making the PC 98 games. He was just a Dojin guy just doing his best. He was possibly still humoring the idea throughout a good portion of the PC 98 era. He was probably still humoring the idea that he would, that he would take, that maybe he would take art, a little farther. The other thing is that standards for the average artist were rapidly rising during that period as well. So that also would have been one of the factors in making him realize, oh, I gotta pack this. I gotta pack up the effort. But yeah, pixel art does wonders. Because pixel art inherently gives you all this like design and alignment and stuff to the lines and stuff, whether you like it or not. Unless you really screw it up somehow, which, if you're decent, you're not gonna do. Exactly. Poke. Yeah, it's like if you're making a story, the story's got to be freaking good, or no one cares. There's no charming art that's gonna, there's no like no amount of Zune charm is gonna carry a product. It has to be after the fact. It has to be after the fact. Let's see. Yes, Zune is a true Dojin master. Sumari. Zune didn't go into it at the beginning thinking, yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you said what I didn't even notice you said that before I said it. Yeah, that's exactly it. Just some dude from Nagano who likes... Yes, exactly. Who likes shoot 'em ups and cute girls. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Fumofu. Exactly. You could definitely put it that way. Tsukumizu. Yeah, Shoujo Shimatsuroko, dude. Yeah, he's extremely good. And it's funny, too, because you can... he's one of those guys where you can see his early career stuff when he wasn't like when he was like good but not like not that good. So you can see his progression if you just go way back to his like stuff from like I don't know, like 15 years ago or something. You can see his progression. It's funny too because you can even see his earlier stuff had a like if you take Tsukumizu, like you might look at his art and be like, oh, it's so like flat, isn't that like easy to do? But then you go back to his really old stuff and you'll see it's almost got like, oh, now it has an awkward depth to it. You know what I mean? It's like flat doesn't mean easy. Like he had to work really hard to get a good flat look. Like you don't, it's not just like, oh, flat, now it's easy. It's very hard to have a refined flat look, and when his stuff was depthier, it looked, it straight up was depthier by way of amateurness. So that's just like one of those important lessons. I think it's definitely like mad illuminating to see the progression of people like that. This is just play strong. Let's see. I think we went too far. Oh, all right. It doesn't have to be exact. We're just trying to get the gist of the composition. I frequent a small image board, and we had this idea to make a VM, but no other could draw. I could code and someone else could write, but without the art, it seemed pointless. AI art would be worse than not. Yeah. The issue with the AI art is that it immediately makes people, and I think people realize this really quickly. It immediately makes people go, "Oh, no effort was put into this thing," which I think is a thing people didn't see coming, because like especially with like indie people and stuff. Everyone got so excited for a minute that they were like, oh shit. Now we can like easily do crap and whatever, but like it just ends up being the equivalent of like well, what if you just pasted in a bunch of like, I hesitate to even say this because it's literally worse than this. It gives an even worse message, but like, what if you just pasted in a bunch of, B-roll photos, from some stock, like free photo site or something. It's honestly even worse than that, but like, it's very similar to that. Like, who would be interested in that? No one. Oh, crazy. Yeah, Steam Bandit. Yeah. Even AI assisted. That's crazy. Yeah, no, that's smart, because the thing is that it's technically, especially with the modern AI models, base game. Yeah, base game. That's a Gabe W. Yeah. The thing with, especially with the newer model, because this is why I say, like, I think that the AI stuff was actually interesting. I actually thought that I was actually enthusiastic about the AI stuff, like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, and stuff, because it would produce interesting. It would produce these like interesting collages in a way that were like, oh, a human would never think of this. A human would never think to make a collage, to like combine these like existing pieces of art to produce this image. So it had this weird, like, I guess you could say, like, it had a unique voice to it. It was just a really inhuman machine-like voice, and it would produce these kind of like surreal, kind of interesting results. And yeah, sometimes you could easily see what it traced. Like sometimes a character would show up and you'd just be like, that's just like blank character from Rants or something, just modified and whatever. But the thing about it now is that like it really is just that. Like when the models get like better, they're really just, it really just means they're kind of copy pasting more skillfully and stuff. And it is really, really very much the equivalent of if someone literally just by hand trace some shit, which used to happen all the time, and like you'd get people with like very successful Patreons just taking like, oh, I trace like Ishike and I turn it into Zelda and it looks a lot worse now, but I'm good enough at art and now I can make big bucks doing that, you know. It's really the equivalent of that. It's just a machine doing that very fast. So yeah, it's just like it's in other words, yeah, it's a good thing that they banned that shit. Because the other thing is too is that the law, I don't know how many people realize this, but like practically nothing is it's very, very hard to actually commit plagiarism with art. Like almost nothing counts as plagiarism. Like the law is ridiculously lenient about it. Saito had a video about it where he like talked to a lawyer, and he was like shocked at how hard it is for something to actually count as plagiarism. So retailers and shit like literally would have to take it into their own hands because like the law isn't gonna do shit. The law really does not care. I mean, I know that there has been some weird rulings around like AI art, like it's like you can't copyright it and stuff or something like that, but I don't know how enforced that is or whatever. Yeah, the popular idea is that AI should replace humans and whatever it can, but it should be what can AI do that humans couldn't. Yeah, exactly. There's just no point to it if it's just a less reliable human, a human that's now a black box that just that's just like a fucking liability now. Yeah, the Western Indie scene is played by nerd culture history. That gave us yike. Yeah, yick. Yeah, Western Indie game Pixar has become a meme for Yeah. That's Nova. Yeah, he's a genius and exactly. That's kind of like how I always like explain Zune. Like his work was so deliberately made. It was so perfectly made to be a platform for people to expand upon. That like really impressively so. Which is you know, not anyone can do that. But that's also why I think he's having a harder, or he's not having a harder time. I think he's just old and semi-retired and kind of chilling. But yeah, like Zune has inherently a little bit of less of a place in the modern era. That's just so full of like, there's so many creators and so much media now, and you can expand on. You know, there's so much stuff that you can get into. Like getting into like one series now can ask like as much time and investment out of you as like what would go into like everything in like just being aware of like everything, you know, like 40 years ago. So yeah, it's funny. So it's like, plus like Nico culture is kind of dead and stuff. So it like sucks, but I'm very happy that I got to at least experience the period I did with like Nico culture and stuff. It was a, you know, but yeah, at any rate. Yeah, like it. Yeah, because it's not like Yik actually has good art. It's just silly. That's what I was saying yesterday. Like Yik actually fucking. It's like actually basically an impressive product, but just with like the fatal flaws. Yeah, that is true, Chris. Zune is a godly composer. The second coming of Codwell show. Yeah, that would be badass. Sense of humor maybe twisted. Yeah, very true, Chris. Very true. The standards did get a lot. I mean, that's one of the things that's like making it. I think that's just one of the reasons more and more people are grabbing 3D to try and do 3D, because I think people are starting to see now 3D is starting to be kind of seen as the cheat code to like, oh, make your game interesting. But then you can't actually finish it and get anywhere, and it's kind of just fucked. So I guess you just like can't. I guess you can't win. Or I guess it's just, I don't know, the inevitability of rising standards. I'm not sure exactly how to think of that. All right, let's. Let's see. This is supposed to be a lot darker. This is definitely darker. Okay. I trust AI a lot more if I at least admitted where it was scraping its info from, so I know how to see. Yeah, it just like it doesn't. It's kind of like a contradiction, because like if anyone is gonna like use it well. If anyone was going to use it well, they'd be capable of not using it at all. At which point they would certainly rather not use it at all, because no one enjoys like not having control and like, having to relegate their creativity to this like weird like collage machine thing. So yeah, that's why it's like kind of like a contradiction. Like the only people who would really, and some people do it. Some people who are good at art do use it. It is like a problem, and it's similar to how you would get people who are pretty good who would still plagiarize anyway. That's always been an issue. Like obviously, like the most famous one is probably, there's what's his name, Miyata So. He had the whole huge plagiarism issue for the longest time, and he got he's the dude that people made the funny like Fate parody pasta of, fired is my soul.
Yeah, what is it? Steel is steel spelled differently.
Yeah, with steel. Yeah.
Steel is my body fire.
Yeah. Like let me find it real quick. It's funny as fuck. Oh, shit. Fuck, I don't remember his name. Yeah, I don't remember his name. He's probably not that hard to find. Oh, Miyata, so. Okay, got him. I can't find the funny.
If you type unlimited artworks and stuff.
Oh yeah, maybe if you type in unlimited art, yeah. Shit, no, I'm not finding it. It might be gone, but yeah, it's a really funny thing. Anyway, he was just like a severe plagiarist. He would just trace whatever the hell he wanted. And yeah, it was a huge issue because he was like working for a studio and shit. But then there was Kamiya, I think. Yeah, there was Kamiya who he was the no game no life writer, and yeah, he had a tracing problem for the longest time. Like, he would take shit and he would just splice it in, almost like he was basically like a human AI in a sense, for a pretty long time, and he got away with it because, like I said, it's technically not illegal, and he was lucky because by the point he was really getting busted for it, people liked him more for his writing than his art, basically. So he kind of got off. But yeah, it happens. It has always happened. And so now we got this kind of new issue where instead of outright plagiarizing, you can be a skilled artist that abuses AI now. That's kind of like a new issue we got going. So it's just always going to be an ongoing thing. There will just always be... It will always be an issue. Let's see how we did. All right, well, mine, I knew I didn't get the darks dark enough, but the basic composition is there. Yeah, I did not get the darks dark enough. I mean, normally I could just level correct. That's going to make it a little closer. All right, next one. Yeah, season 2 never exactly. Yeah, exactly, Bado. Yeah, it's like it's not always people without skill who cheat. Like, okay, here's one that's crazy. So there was a Do Kyusei remake. And the artist for it has been abusing AI for like commissioned work from studios and crap and stuff like that. But she'll still like upload like normal stuff that's like not plagiarized, and it's really weird because it's like really obvious that she's using it. But she's using it like very like she's using it similarly to kind of the way like Kamiya plagiarized for the longest time. So like this image right here, it's full of like odd AI-isms if you look closely, but it's like someone who's really good at art arranged them all together. But if you really go through, and if you look at the way she normally draws, it just doesn't even look like this anyway. But yeah, if you go through, you'll find all sorts of weird AI-isms, like such as like this metal pole just disappearing, and then a shadow suddenly becoming a thing. You know, just all sorts of weird oddities like that. And then the Dokusei remake art is just like it's not even subtle about it. It's just like blatantly AI. Oh, you did. I played that remake. Yeah. Is it that one? Is it the? Let me see. Let me see if that's the one. Yeah, that is the one. Yeah, that is the one. Yeah, yeah. It's blatantly cleaned up. It is very blatantly cleaned up AI. Do you think computer enthusiasm became divorced from otaku culture? There used to be stuff like, oh, yeah, that's a good point. I think it's because, if I had to say why, it's because, I would say two major reasons. The first being that, yeah, I don't blame you, Nova. Like, I only was able to spot AI-isms recently. I was actually worse than most people at spotting them for a very long time. Yeah, it took me a while to spot. I think it took a lot of people a while, but what's funny is it's one of those things like I feel like we all kind of just like adjusted to over time. Gamer thing took PC culture over. Oh yeah, that's interesting if that's true. Yeah, exactly. No, but that's the thing. I think like we all, whether we like it or not, kind of just had to get used to it. Like we've all had that experience where we see something on like Twitter we think is cool. Especially too in the beginning because like it can, like I said, like it can have like an offbeat thing that's actually interesting to you. But then after like enough times, you're like, wait, this is just like weird. This is just like whack. But yeah, the or what can happen is like, oh, I just found this interesting because of the thing it sampled from was interesting, not like it's not. I want the good, I want the version without the weird fucking computer program changes. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, come on. Okay, next copy. Yeah, exact. Yeah, so much like image to image stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and AI can never draw an MRI sketch. Very true. Yeah, the more a human touches it up, the more it's obviously the more it gets hard to, because like someone could do the same thing even with like straight up like plagiarism, like there's like degrees of effort with all this stuff, and you could um, you know, you could do it much more ambitiously, or you could do it more lazily. But if you're gonna do it ambitious, that's the thing. It's kind of an oxymoron to do it ambitiously, because why wouldn't you just do it normally at that point? So yeah, it's kind of weird. The whole point is that you want to cut corners, that you don't want to actually have to put in your full effort and time. It's funny because like for a period, like everyone thought it was kind of interesting and was like trying it, and then like everyone got mad sick of it and was like, yo, this shit's so fucking annoying. Oh yeah. I literally forgot to, I literally forgot to answer. I didn't forget, I was just about to. Um the okay, cuz Akiba was obviously like the like otaku capital for a period. And Akiba was first and foremost like an electronics thing, an electronics district. So in that environment, like it was like obviously really natural for them to blend together. On top of it, just owning a PC back in like the 80s or early 90s or whatever entailed getting into technical stuff a little bit, like entailed like getting into coding and shit, to at least some extent and stuff. And the thing about the PC is that it was super tied to the roots of like Oda creator culture and shit. Like so many creators who would go on to be extremely successful owned a PC, like a personal PC in the, you know, early 90s or late 80s or whatever. And they all did a little bit of coding because that's just like what you would do back then. And that's like obviously where like, you know, like Aerogay and shit got started and stuff, and like stuff that was like would become really critical to actually developing like Oda culture and stuff was, you know, part of that whole thing. And then obviously like as PCs went on, you didn't have to know shit about them the more that time passes. And the more that time went on and stuff. And additionally, Akiba just stopped being relevant because it got superseded by like the internet and all that stuff. And like, you know, now Nico was the sort of virtual Akiba and shit like that. So that's kind of how I see it. Like, just like their proximity just like kind of naturally phased out over time. For those reasons, it seems like. And there's probably other factors too. I think that's just a big one though. I definitely think that's a big one. Because the other thing is too, is just like everything is more fragmented now. So it's harder for like a certain cultural thing to bleed into every other aspect in the current environment as well, which is just that's just going to be like one more additional factor that makes it, you know, difficult. Some people think that AI art makes art easier by taking care of the boring or less important. Yeah, that doesn't make exactly. It's a contradiction because it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, that's like saying like, imagine if you were like, if you just switch it with like any other type of like profession, it kind of just like can put it in perspective. Like if you're like a chef or something, would you want a machine that like randomly spits out some kind of like weird like random almost ready meal like thing and then you just modify it? Like no one would want to do that. Like so why would, you know, and like exactly too, like what do you mean like the boring, you know, no one who's good sees any part that's not like just filling in like base colors or something. Like anything that's not something an assistant could do, which is never what AI does. AI is not geared to do jobs assistants would do. Anything that's not a job an assistant would do, no one sees as like a boring or laborious part. It's just another creative part of it. It's another part that you want to do right and you want to do it, you know, your way and shit. So the whole thing is hilarious because like the idea in and of itself essentially exposes a lack of it exposes a lack of understanding of what the hell art even is. So yeah, you know, I've seen people say like, well, I don't even remember at this point. It's kind of been a while since I've seen this. I remember Rika, you know, Rika Tard. He wrote this whole thing, and I'm almost positive he has no drawing skills. He wrote this whole retarded thing about how I think it's gonna be this tool that's gonna, you know, and it's like, yeah, if someone actually turns it into a tool, but right now it's not a tool. Shitting out a collage made from existing art is not a tool. Anyone can do that. We had the second Photoshop, the second any digital, fuck that, before digital. The second the photocopier and camera existed, we could do what AI was doing. It's just that's called plagiarism. So anyway. It's funny how a lot of time. Wait, did I? Yeah. It's funny how a lot of time I can easily recognize the original artist. Yeah, exactly, Bato. I can a lot too. Or if I know which artist's style it's imitating and I know that artist really well, I know the individual drawings it's referencing a lot of the time. Which is really silly. And sometimes it'll even try to imitate a certain artist and it'll accidentally take from like something related. Like maybe an anime adaptation of it. And like you can tell like, oh, this part was taken from that anime adaptation part and that it just gets super silly. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, Akiba has become very tourist trap now. The second they took down the "Welcome to Akiba" Dejiko billboard, you knew it was like that was like the we are officially cooked moment. Yeah, Dara's Sharpex 6,800. You know I have a hard on for computers, so it's yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really not. It's dumb. Well, that's the thing. I say this all the time anyway. The thing is that the pyramid, the more shit spreads, the more like cultural ground is taken, the more you know, the more just the bigger shit gets, the more the pyramid grows, you know? So it's like, okay. okay, you start with a pyramid and it can like look like this, but then like over time you start, your pyramid looks like this. So before, the lowest caste of people was like that big, but now the lowest caste of people is like this big, and you have to go like a lot higher to get to the better people now. Like the cooler people. And that's just one of those unfortunate things. It's like, it's harder and it requires more effort the more time goes on to meet or be aware of interesting people with specific skills or interests, stuff like that, because the quantity of lower tier people has increased so much, basically. And there was a period where people were really, really upset about that. And you can still find people who are really upset about that. I honestly don't really care that much, if I'm to be dead honest. It doesn't really bother me that much. I do miss certain things. But generally speaking, it's just like whatever. But yeah, at any rate, it takes more effort to find people knowledgeable or skilled in certain specific things who are just, who are more general consumers and stuff. So that is unfortunate. Yeah, people say that about AI fart are not artists. Crypto tech bro or ignorant. Yeah, very true. Very true. One day there may be someone who's both like a very techie guy and a very good artist who will develop like AI tools that are like actually useful. And maybe he'll keep them for himself until they leak or something. I don't know. Like one day there might be tools that like, genuinely do what an assistant might do. Like they detect, like for example, they might like detect what painting style you're using, and then, clean it up the way an assistant would or something. Like that might happen one day. Ricatard, he sometimes goes by Mr. Cynical or no. I think he's kind of Owacone these days. I don't really know what he's been up to. Sometimes his channel just has no name. He goes by many different names. He was also busted for doing sex tourism. Not like busted. It's not. I don't think it was like he got in trouble with the law. I think at some point he did get in trouble with the law for something else though. I don't know. If I'm to be perfectly honest, he's not the most interesting character, but he's a part of like old AnyTube and stuff before AnyTube died, so he's just one of those names that if you're into the whole AnyTube thing, you know. But like if if the same guy was to pop up today, you wouldn't like you wouldn't even know, like I wouldn't even be talking about him. He just wouldn't be remarkable. It seems to me like the whole cultural perception of cyberspace. Yeah, absolutely. I bought Twitter Apple. I will. I've been thinking about what bothers me about AI Shart the most. I think it's the intention. It's meant to replace humans with math. Yeah, that's the worst part because it's if it just if the same AI programs existed in a sane society where everyone is very responsible and not doing anything stupid, it would just be like a cool extra thing we have. But the problem is we are on an internet where an increasingly like unintelligent and like very kind of like scammy third worlders and whatnot are increasingly prevalent and increasingly an issue. So AI can't just be this cool extra thing. It has to instead be a like a freaking data threat, info pollution thing, which is pretty lame. E equals MC squared plus AI. I say that every time. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just look up E equals MC squared plus AI. It's a Kino post. I'll put this over too much. Let's see. All I see is a vid called Ranting About Why Mr. Cynical is a secret communist. That is pretty fucking funny. I forgot if I mentioned it before, but have you seen Nightshade? The fight AI with... No. Quick rundown on Nightshade. Yeah, exactly, Fumofu. Like, stuff like Lane was a ironically idealistic view. It was like a... it was not a... because that's like what's so funny, too. Like, everyone will quote, like... Oh my god, the end of Metal Gear Solid 2 was so deep and prophetic, and I'm just like, no, it wasn't. Like, it was glorifying the shit out of this. Like, did MGS2 say, yeah, hordes of third worlders will dump AI generated women onto the internet to farm likes, to farm a point system called likes, and spam messages everywhere, and search engines will suck, and except no, it had this like way more like fucking like Dr. Evil type perspective on it, which is like definitely did not take into account how fucking lame it would be. And, you know, the idea wasn't even that deep in the first place. Like, anyone could have seen it coming. You know, so I always cringe when people are like, oh, that shit was so deep. It's like, what are you talking about? The story was basically over by the time the game got to that point anyway. It's just a rant that, like, anyone could... It's just like a really, like... It's like a boomer, like, has seen too many Hollywood movies, like, ironically optimistic view of the future. Whereas, like, yeah, Lane is... Stuff like Lane or .hack or something, those are at least still interesting because, you know, they're... And I'm not insulting MGS2 as a whole. I think MGS2 is really cool as a whole. I'm just saying that one part. But, yeah, like, Lane and, like... like Lane and yeah, like stuff like .hack and stuff. They're interesting because yeah, they might be an outdated perspective, but they're at least they're not. At least they're more than just, hey, this is gonna be a thing. There's like actual. There's some kind of like actual reflection on it. Instead of just dumping ideas on it. He was busted for being a Yoshizoku reviewer. Seeing so many more skilled artists out there makes it easier for me to aim higher. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's just like the natural effect. That's what's really interesting is that like when standards raise, people do like yes, some people suffer and they have to like fall off and stuff, but it does encourage people to work harder and stuff. Absolutely. So that's I feel that a lot. I don't dislike the idea of rising standards and stuff like that. I think that's like one of the reasons I don't like. I definitely will fantasize frequently about like, oh man, what if it was just like 2010 right now, and I was like, but I still had the same like art and Japanese ability, and I could just like participate in eco culture. That would be so comfy and fun, and that's true. But at the same time, it's like I don't dislike the hyper competitive, kind of colder environment we're in, because it makes you want to go super hard. It makes you want to, it makes you want to really, really like push limits and shit, and do whatever you can to stand out and stuff. Not that I'm doing that with art, but like I'm definitely putting more like my equivalent art ability in a different era would have definitely been worse. So, or maybe I would have not even seen it as a necessary thing to pursue. Well, probably not. I probably would have pursued it at any era, but you get the point. Met some cool people in Akiba a couple years back at a club called Mogre. Yeah, some people say that like if you know where you're going, like if you have the inside, if you got the inside scoop, that there's still like definitely like really cool places. And I believe it too, because I know that like sometimes people like for example like in the industries and stuff will still do like seminars or like meetups or something. Like if you know what you're doing, if you know what you're looking for, you can still find cool stuff. Just the trick is you have to know what you're actually looking for. It's not like you can just walk in and be like, yo, hook me up. Because then you're just going to get the tourist. You're just going to get the tourist. You're just going to get the tourist treatment. It's just going to be you and 10,000, gaijin tourists stampeding you. Let's see. So basically, not only does it make it useless to AI models, but it actually harms them. The idea is if... Oh, I see. Oh my god, that's freaking hilarious. That's funny as shit. Interesting. I think a lot of people take the useless data line from him and try to make it about social media when it's really more about the exactly. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because it was supposed to be more of like a really simplified, kind of glorified idea about like, oh yeah, media shapes people and the government has the final say on that and stuff. Um, I don't think it did much with that or got into that or used it in a particularly interesting way, but like that is definitely like what it was more going for. And I think yeah, people just kind of retroactively applied it to social media, which makes it, you know, even less interesting. Yeah, exactly. Ironically, it was too positive. It didn't predict a billion Indians. Exactly. Exactly. E equals MC squared plus AI. Um, let's see. If I recall the English translation, yeah, it probably was. The last time I went through the game was just sort of backgrounding a Japanese GQ of it. And yeah, I didn't think it was the worst thing ever, but it was definitely like more interesting. It was definitely more interesting than how I remember it being, which probably indicates that the English version was like super cringe. But even in Japanese, it definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't the most interesting thing in the world. It kind of reminds me of how like, because I'm pretty sure the way Kojima would make those games is he would just kind of throw ideas. He would just throw really random ideas out, and then basically he would get a writer to be like his Janny. And he would just use the writer to Janny his ideas until they become like, you know, until it becomes like some kind of story. But then he would like seek spots to kind of shove in his own dumb idea. You know, so that's why you get shit like MGS1 just starts ranting about genetics at the end, even though like there's like barely a motif or idea in the story the entire time, and it barely has any influence. And the idea about like this or that with your genes just really has nothing to do with any of the info up to that point. It's just this ham-fisted like talk at you prescriptive morality bullshit. I'm pretty sure that's like him stealing the mic from his ghostwriter. Skaji was just ranting on Twitter about how the game industry is like plagued with frontmen taking credit for ghostwriters and shit. Cause what's his name? Is it Imafumi Kaneko, the Symphogear Wild Arms guy? He, I know for like a fact, abuses ghostwriters. Like that dude does not write his own shit. Akifumi Kaneko. He absolutely does not write his own shit. Like I'm basically positive every single season of Symphogear is so wildly different, and both in like style, quality, etc. Stuff like that. So yeah, I would think anyone with enough ability could capitalize on it and get popular if they find a niche for themselves by pandering to people who aren't usually catered to. And it wouldn't even take that much. You're talking about AI? Yeah, if you're talking about AI, then yeah, completely. Yeah, that makes sense. Kojima's anti-war, yeah, exactly. I'm hoping to get back to Tokyo twice this year for both oh, that'd be epic. Yeah, good luck, man. Fingers crossed for sure. The director for FMA and D4DJ was there. Holy shit, that's crazy! And he bought you around to shots. Nice guy was wow. In the end, that's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy to be in Japan and just be like, oh shit, like all these like these people with like names and shit are here. A little too much of a Dawkins. But yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. MGS is epic. Oh, Jeremy Blostein. I think I know what you're talking about, yeah. That dude sucks. I mean, all the translators fucking suck, but some of them really suck. Video games would get the worst. Video games were always seen as the translators' excuse to just finally get their creative outlet that they always wanted, but never earned. And just write like the worst fucking bullshit that just had nothing to do with what was there. It's actually incredible how much video games do not like resemble their original scripts. Like people will complain about like anime subs, but like holy shit, the average anime sub is like more faithful than the average video game. Like by a very remarkable amount. Like you have a lot more to worry about than the subs saying like doggo or like skibbity than, you know, when you're playing games. A lot of the time it's a full-blown rewrite. It's just not, it's just literally not the text. It's not an equivalent. It's not even similar. Like a lot of the time it is a full-blown rewrite. I thought you were going to say KG. Yeah, he's a hack for different reasons. He's just producer scum. He's just the... honestly, I think if you view something like Mighty Number 9, Mighty Number 2, as like an epic troll, then maybe I respect him for being a epic troller, because the Mighty Number 9 trailer, the like, do you like awesome things that are awesome trailer, that's like one of the funniest things ever. So I think we need a little bit of height. Oh, come on. Oh, I see. I never had too much. Oh, just being an artist today. Yeah, no. I would say you're right, and I would say you're right there as well. And because there's so much more like. That's the other thing too, and that's like one of the. I was, you know, I don't know how much I've talked about this, but like, I really believe that. I believe that people are overlooking utilization of like, you know, because people say like, oh, you know, oh, the aero game market is so cooked, it's so hard to sell now, and it costs so much money to make these things, and people are looking at different mediums now and stuff. It just doesn't pull in money like it did during the golden age and stuff. But stuff like Shiro Nagas shows that like you can put these like VNs on Steam and stuff, and like as long as there's like some kind of gameplay core to them, and you like, I guess like market it decently, like you can sell a lot of copies of these things. And Shiro Nagas isn't even well written. Like it's very very below industry standard. The actual writing. No offense to Onimushi. I actually like Onimushi a lot. But it's very far below industry standard with the writing, and it's still sold really well. I feel like it's just like and his art is sub-professional. And I feel like it's just such this like overlooked thing that like, oh, you can make a game, and you can sell it on online marketplaces and shit. And if you like do some decent, if you get your name around enough, you can make a product. You can create a platform and stuff for, like, the artist doesn't have to be like a Kamieshi. You can make something really interesting and get good return for it if you play your cards right, without being Kamieshi. And anyway, my hope is that more people kind of like awaken to this idea, and we get more interesting shit from, it encourages more people to learn how to draw and whatnot. But yeah, and that aside, yeah, like shit like niche fandoms and stuff, because they're higher in volume than ever, yeah, that's absolutely going to be a thing as well. That's also a factor. That is an additional factor. And I see it all the time. I do see people who can get like shockingly really strong followings and stuff, without being like, total Kamieshi or anything, because they're focused on, they're well focused on a certain demographic. I think one of the worst cases was Grandia. Yeah, with localization. Yeah, I think I remember hearing some legends about it. Oh, your mom to translate a game from Polish to English. Wow, that's funny as hell. And she, yeah, based mom. I hear it doesn't like pay that well either. Some games that are just completely rewritten for. I'm not even talking about Saturn. Yeah, exactly. Blostein wrote this blog post about how it was tough to translate MGS1, how hard his job was, but he inadvertently exposed. So he is a hack who got. Yeah, no, totally filtered. Yeah, no, he's just. These people are retarded. Like, you'll literally see people with like 10 years experience and they can't pass like N1. Like, I'm not joking. And for those who don't know Japanese and think that N1 is like really good, it's not at all. N1, even a perfect score on N1 does not mean you are fit to be translating at all. It does not mean that inherently. So if you have people who can't even pass that, then like yeah, things are like bad. They are just not good. Like they're just literally not good. That's why I say to people like who cares about official translations at this point? ChatGPT is way better than humans. Than like most humans. It's just better. It just is simply it just tastes better. It just tastes better. It's just got a more seared bite. But I'm gonna eat. Enjoy. There's a thread on VG for Monster Girl games. Literally, all you have to do is post Monster. Yeah, yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's true. You know, I was gonna make some for the game for sure. So maybe that'll be a fun thing to do. There's not gonna be like a ton, but I definitely want a handful of them. We're not going to worry that much about this side, I think. I was more concerned with this. Okay. Oh, I can't do a thumbnail compare because I don't have it on this. Well, we can do this at least. We can... What we can do is we can crop this in. Just do that. Okay, mine was a little too wide after all. Yeah. I stretched everything. I have a habit of doing that. I stretched Miku quite a bit. Oh. Okay. I bought Shiro Nagasano Women, forgot about it until now. You might enjoy it. The first third is fairly enjoyable. But it really is. It's certainly indie. It's certainly, you know, it is an indie game. It was funny. Himari was interviewing him because he's a really cool and like humble dude. Like he's not arrogant at all. That's why I like. I'm trying to stress I'm not insulting the game. It's just genuinely not that good. And it's very impressive though that he made it. He's a really good artist at this point too. He got a lot better since the game and stuff. But yeah, he was saying like he was getting interviewed by Himari, and she was kind of joking like, oh, we had Ryukishi and Zune, and now we got Onimushi, and he just like laughed mad awkwardly. You know, because obviously he knows it's like totally different, but yeah, that was kind of funny. One more Arrowgate boxes. Monster Girl Gamer Tactic is probably smart. Yeah, there's. Oh, good point. Good point. Good point. ChatGPT just tastes better. Hour 20. Yes. That's a good quote. I think more people just need to know that. At best, they want to work in Japan just to be there and to. Oh, I think it killed one of your messages. Fumofu. It possibly killed one of your messages. I don't have any except the one tactics game, Suzuga Otauhi, the re-release of that I have on disc because I was having a really hard time making it work. I actually still haven't played it yet. It was the one tactics game, tactics being mostly made up of key staff, like key staff before they formed key. It was the one tactics game that they released that was not the key team. It wasn't Maeda and Hisaya and like Orito and Hino Eitaro. It was completely different writer, different artist, different composer. But it was the tactics label. And I'm excited to play it at some point. The main heroine in it looks a lot like Saya from Saya no Uta, and I wonder if that's where he got the idea for Saya. And I think the premise right from the start is she is like a cat or something, so kind of similar like concept. Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, that's the game, Unim. Yeah, it's I don't actually know. Well, I think it's because like OBS is yeah, getting like messed up with like when it checks it, like it's not refreshing it quickly enough for some reason. Oh, the Orisuba one is massive. I'm very excited to read Orisuba, and hopefully the not too distant future. I have a little bit of exposure to Jackson's writing, and it definitely is feeling really good. So. Oh yeah. I'm familiar. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly it. I don't think I've even seen the opening. I've seen people post like all I see from it is like mostly people posting funny clips. Oh, you know what? Before we continue, let's I need like a breather. I need a mental digestion breather. We are going to let's see. We're gonna play a quick Gen 1 as a refresher, as a mind refresher. I'm just gonna use a hyper offense so it goes fast. Some meditation, yeah, we'll Gen 1 meditation. Yeah. Japanese goals, yeah. I know that the language can get a little bit. I know that the language in it can, I think, get a little bit difficult. But fuck, almost had him. Oh man, come on. I think we gotta switch. Oh shit, there's no rest on him. This team kind of sucks, to be honest. But yeah, have you read Muramasa yet, Unim? Because that's like often a big that's often a big like milestone, like Japanese learner milestone type game. I remember for me it was a really big it was like a big I learned so much from it. Like it helped me with like longer sentence. Oh yeah. Oh, but in English. Well, that's good at least. That way, when you read it in Japanese, you'll know the story, so you don't have to worry about that. At least sometimes I think it's nice to do something in Japanese when you know it. When you played the English version. But yeah, the more like concrete understanding of grammar. Politics huge. It really helped with politics. Very like physical description. Most physical. I show speed. Very physical descriptions. Just long sentences in general. A lot of stuff like that. Oh, are you? Oh no, are you kidding? Um, Learning Japanese via eroge is interesting because different writers have their own. Yeah, exactly. I almost like to think of it like you're sort of mastering a writer one by one until eventually you just kind of have the whole thing. Oh, son of a witch! I really wanted to, and Nugitashi in English. I really wanted to read that because the main heroine looks really appealing. Even though I flew in Skaji, I get my ass kicked by Ryukishi. Yeah. Well, in my opinion, it's better to be fluent in Skaji than Ryukishi because I think, in my opinion, Skaji is harder than Ryukishi by a somewhat considerable amount. To be honest, my Anki backlog is huge and I haven't done any. Will wax the well. Let me think if I can. I have like a no effort routine, and I actually have my brother on it right now. It's like the anyone can do it routine. And basically it's keep audio exposure on whenever possible. So always go Yoku Busoku, yeah. Try to always just because that's like what I do. Like literally while I'm streaming right now, I have the Data Live audiobooks playing. Oh, you freaking over predicted. And yeah, the more you can have audio playing, the better. Oh, son of a bitch. If you can just get it to be like inobtrusive, just get like used to an environment where you're just like, especially if you have like a work from home deal, you're absolutely in luck. And from there, 5-10 minutes of Anki. That's all you need. You just need 5 to 10 minutes of Anki in a day. And then there's this book. I recommend grabbing it physical because it's a lot easier to deal with physical. It's called A Dictionary of Japanese Particles, or Teniwo Haji-ten, and like Kawashima Sue or something. If you, I would honestly just reset the deck. Probably that's what I would do. Oh shit, he's kind of got me in a bad spot. I kind of like... Fuck, because I kind of need Gengar to beat whatever. If he psychics me, he dies though. Oh, he's cooked. Yeah, this thing... So basically... If you cover one particle and all its example sentences, or even half of one every day, then you're good. So that's That's what I call the zero effort program. And it produces really, really good results. You will get better. And it's not hard to do and keep up. So that's the zero. That's the zero effort program that I recommend to people. And I would sometimes do it for like a year stretch. And the better you get, the more things you can do with it and stuff. So yeah, if the zero effort program is still not for you, then you should probably just not worry about it. The JP learning is probably just not for you, which is fine. Especially because GPT just tastes better, and now you can translate anything in GPT now. Anki buildup is scary, but I'm one of those people who loves doing Anki. Anki is comfy, in my opinion. Also, I mean, it helps that like I kind of know everything in my deck, and I rarely add to it, but I do find it comfy. I just have this like 5,000 card deck, and I pretty much have everything in it already memorized. Every once in a while, I'll read a hard author that will give me like, you know, a few dozen new words. But most of the time, I'm not really picking up new words. So Anki is kind of just this nice like review of, you know, words I kind of already know and or completely already know, and it's done quite quickly, and it's just kind of a relaxing meditative activity. I've put off immersing in native. Yeah, I agree with you, Nim. If you've hit N3, you'll find reading VNs is fine. Like even if you can't follow it fully, just like don't sweat it. The important part is that you're gaining, is just that you're continuing to lay more knowledge on. Like a lot of people get really obsessive about like how much they're understanding. It's not a big deal. Just keep, what did Matt say? Keep grinding weed or whatever. Just yeah, you just keep laying. As long as you're acquiring new shit, it's just there's an end to the tunnel eventually. So there's no reason to worry when consuming native media, because it's not a test. Yeah, it's not a test. It's just a way to, you know, you can just treat it like English. See, that's the issue. It's sad that Cats is gone, because Cats covered all this really well. It sucks that he got replaced with like Matt and shit, and now he's just replaced by just general YouTube bullshit. But Cats would just had an answer to everything. Cats was not a mentor of Japanese. He was a mentor of life. Matt is just a loser. Should he be not too long after passing N3? Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I mean, it's got some hard parts, but that definitely sounds reasonable. Yeah, and it gets really fun once you get in the flow of doing it. Anki, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, reading sessions that are less than an hour are typically gonna be less satisfying. Chappie's lawyer friends are so scared of immersing. It's sad. Yeah, all new Subahibi is really cool. It's I did the same thing, Al knew. I never got into VNs until I was interested in them since not I'm not going to tell you the exact year, but it was it was a long time ago. But I would just read like about them and look at CGs and stuff. I'll give you a hint. I remember forum posts discussing if we'll finally see actual physical beta appear in the sequel. So if you know what I'm talking about, then you know what year I'm talking. But yeah, I wanted to get into them, but I had no idea how to learn Japanese until finally I found Cats several years later. And yeah, his stuff does exist. Like some people have archives of the whole site. I have a whole archive of the whole site on my computer. I don't know if there's an easier way to get to it. But yeah, it's not lost media. But the site is down as far as I know. But I seriously recommend Cats just as a general. I mean, a lot of people say that. A lot of people have told me that they don't think Cats is as helpful as I do. But I still think that everyone can benefit from. I've seen so many people who did benefit massively, just in life in general, from Cats. I will try to find a link, and I'll post it in my server if I can find a link. Matt was replaced by Zoomers who age out. Yes, and then make a whole channel. Yes, exactly. Oh, epic, yeah. I think that was a good video. I don't remember the contents. But I think it was good. So I'm glad that helped. Yeah, Moewe is basically, at this point, they're kind of like, they're sort of like, they kind of just picked up where DJT left off. So I think it's currently the single best Japanese learning community on the internet. I keep in touch with a small number of like ex-DJTers, and we're all like, no, well, some of them still are stragglers and aren't very good, but the core of us are all able to, like, we don't consider ourselves like in learning with Japanese anymore and stuff. In that sense, like, obviously you're still learning, but like, we can all read without thinking about it at all and stuff, and like we all rarely think about like learning new words and stuff. And some of us are now, like me, are focused on like output and shit now and stuff. Getting output mastered and stuff. So like that's pretty cool. But when we all left DJT, when we sort of like boycotted DJT kind of really like took a turn for the worse. And I don't even know what it's like now. I hear it's an absolute crap hole. From what I hear, Moewe is a lot better. So I would recommend going there, not GJT. The tones on this one are very complex and difficult to keep track of. Yes, definitely ping me to remind me. Yeah, I'll definitely find it for you for sure. It was half if you don't read Vinny's, you're not going to make it, and half asking the learner to consider why they're studying in the first place, which a lot of the people I've met seldom do. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Exactly. That's right. Yes, good video for sure. I read DJT for a while and it gave me depression. Yeah, I don't blame you. It would probably do that to me too. Oh, yeah, they've got a VN club. That's right. I forgot about the VN club. I actually participated in it a few times back. It can actually be really fun. It can be fun to read the same thing at the same time as like a bunch of different people. I actually don't know what the state of the actual thread is like these days. Much. The server had a whole huge history with it. Like the Discord server. I don't even know if it still exists. I don't even know if the... But it had... There's a lot of stormy ups and downs, and then eventually just downs. The whole server got nuked like several times because Matt kept reporting it to destroy it. Because there was like a feud between the guy who ran it, who went by Quizmaster, and Matt. Like, there's like all these feuds and shit. Funny stuff. It was fun while it lasted. I'm glad I got to meet like a bunch of like really cool people, some not so cool people, that like, you know, like we have like a thing where we all stay in touch now and stuff like that. So God, this one is so tricky. Like, there's a bunch of fractured DGT communities because of how bad DJT had gotten, mainly because of certain moderators being overbearing. Yeah. And the older people there being... There was, like, this weird, like... There formed this really bizarre culture where you'd get these people who were, like... They'd get decent. They'd literally just get decent. And there was this idea, like, oh, I've made it now. I'm decent. And then there was this really cringy culture. It almost became like a pyramid scheme, but instead of money, it was like pride and self-worth and self-confidence. That was the currency. And like there became this vicious cycle where you go into DJT and then eventually become like decent. Again, emphasis on decent. And then you throw your weight around like you're so epic and you stagnate. And then there would be this friction between people who are new or whatever. And then some of those new guys would either just get turned off the whole thing and just kind of like quit or whatever, or become decent and then start acting like the other people who stagnated, and then they would stagnate and the cycle would continue. It was super fucking cringe at any rate. It was fun until Jazzy shattered the idea that JT were the best learners on the internet. So I loved Aiden. Shattered everyone's ego. Yeah, Aiden was a good he was a good like yeah, exactly. Like he was a good like check to a lot of people. Yeah, he's definitely very weird. Ode economists. Do morning. Yeah, take it easy, man. Thank you for stopping by, Unum. Mainstream image board culture doesn't see. Yeah, it's too exactly. Yeah, I mean it has proven over time that it's kind of just become proven over time that these types of communities just are not productive in the long run, unfortunately. Like they can't seem to sustain themselves in a productive direction. Which is why I guess like stuff like, you know, because I often talk about how like, oh, isn't it so weird that like stuff like Katawa Shoujo was like a one-off, and it's just like stuff like that. But yeah, having seen something like the DJT like rise and then kind of fall firsthand taught me a lot about how like the nature of, I guess, these types of things. So it was definitely, it was really interesting as an experience. It was a very good experience. I found them because I went on the thread and posted a video of me reading a tiny bit of Hello World from Nitro Plus to try and promote the idea of reading Vinnies and shit. I posted the vid in the thread, and then QM Quizmaster, he wanted me. He didn't believe I was good at all, so he wanted me to come in and do the quiz. And then I ended up being a lot better than they expected and stuff. At the time I went in too, the power level of the server was just lower in general. So for the time, I was actually pretty good there. And then I kind of like, me and a couple people of similar level, we kind of formed like the rising standard. until it got like genuinely pretty high. But then then like the real like Quizmaster did some stupid things, and then the real like fracturing started really beginning, and you know all that. I myself am like M2 level, but I only joined the DJT server because I was curious about what resources people had, and the people, haha, it's not great. Yeah. I just want to shout out Masan. Oh yeah, Masan's awesome. Got Jamal. Masan is I think he's like making his own VN. I actually I actually um want to. Oh yeah, good night, Alan. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I will be on. I should be on tomorrow as well. Keep a stretch going. I want to after I get the castle demo out. I actually want to send it to Masan, and maybe we can talk a little bit. Yeah, thank you, man. Good luck with all your stuff. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna hit up Masan and we'll see what happens. Yeah, Will, it's funny. It's funny because until I thought that the term I thought that the whole like incel term was stupid for a long time. I try not to throw it out too much on stream and stuff. And when I'm not like just bantering in private or something, but like let's just put it this way, like after enough exposure to certain types of people, I use the term incel unironically all the fucking time. Because yeah, turns out it's actually a real thing. It turns out that it's not just like a made up word to fuck with certain types of people. It is in fact a real thing, and a real like type of character you can meet. There's like just a whole mentality that goes with it. There's this whole like, and like sometimes they'll like, the reason they're really bad in the Japanese learning communities is a lot of them, there's literally a term for it. There's a term that, you know, because no one hates fellow incels as much as other incels, and they have the whole like incel, you know, because they're like crabs in a bucket. So they have the whole incel wiki shit, like with all the documenting of like, they have the term geomaxing, and that's like a real thing. Like the geomaxing issue, that's like a real issue. Where you'll get these people who are like real bottom of the barrel types, just like of terrible character and, you know, not good at anything, not interesting in any way. No morals. Nothing, no principles, no honor. And they'll get into Japanese, and by extension, otaku media, just so that they can geomax to Japan and have an easier time, get the gaijin bonus and stuff, and have an easier time, you know, in like the sexual value market. And yeah, it's like an actual issue. It's a real issue, and yeah, they'll literally they'll literally become like almost like even like fake otaku just to yeah, just like out of pussy worship and shit. It's really fucked. It's really fucked up. So yeah, that is a thing. That's an actual thing. It's an actual ongoing epidemic. Incels and femcells. Yeah, geography, yeah. Yeah, like if you look at like ham slice and cam, that's not most people's visits to Japan, sadly. It's not like comfy, it's not inspiring. It's not like stable and interesting. It's just they go there and they just sex blog the whole time, and that's it. That was the whole reason. That was the whole reason they went. That was the whole reason they learned Japanese. That was the whole reason they got into Oda Media. It's a real issue, and it's funny too because like I didn't even see it coming because like the first dude I met who did the whole learn Japanese and go to Japan shit, it was Ham. It was Ham Slice, and he's like a hero. He's like, you know, he's like the dad of Japanese learning. He's not the norm. Ham is not the norm. Ham is not the norm. The norm is something very dark. It's something much darker. Like, cause like even Ham didn't see it coming because like Ham didn't get exposed to this type of thing until the same time I did. And he was shocked and disgusted by it. He used to be like really helpful to people too, and then, like eventually he realized people were just like abusing. We're just basically abusing him. It's fucked up stuff. God, this picture is so hard. Yeah, the dating bloggers. Exactly. Yeah, because the thing that you start to realize is that there's like tiers of like incel. There's there's true cell. These are the people who will just like always be incels, and they'll never even they'll never even promote themselves into sex bloggers. Then there's like the ex incels, and these are like the people who become sex bloggers after like geomaxing or something. Then there's the like almost incel guys. It's just there's a whole like bestiary or whatever bestiary whatever of like incel types. Like, you wouldn't believe what you wouldn't believe what I've seen. Like the reason I've seen such crazy shit is because for a period I was like very proactively going out of my way, similar to what Ham experienced. I would go out of my way to be like helpful to people in different things. Proactively reach out to assist someone with like, whatever it may be, like Japanese learning or just game dev shit, just like art, whatever. And so, like, yeah, eventually, and it's similar to what Ham experienced. Eventually, you start to catch on to this, like, this epidemic, this epidemic of shit. Yeah, Cam. It happens. It happens to a lot of people. Like, incel adjacent. Like, um, it happens to a lot of people. Like, you remember the dude I was telling you about the music dude I was talking about who does it. Yeah, he said like when he spent a year in Japan and he was saying how he got dragged into all this like degenerate shit and he regrets it and stuff. And like, yeah, it's normal to sometimes have like, to sometimes get like dragged into shit for a bit, but like that's fine. You can always move on. The issue is the people who live it, who really live it. Those are the true. Those are the true degenerates. Yeah. So, anyway, that's my bit about that. That's my piece on that topic. Hey, Rother, man. No, I think wanting to go to Japan, just period, is utterly reasonable. Like, I plan on. I honestly plan on doing that myself as well. America, it's no mystery that America's cooked. The question is not if you're going to Japan, it's why and what do you do there. That's the question. That's the problem. Are you leading an honorable lifestyle, or are you just, are you just a filthy dating blogger? That's the question. It's utterly like, America is seriously not a good environment. It's not a particularly reasonable environment anymore. For most things. I don't love the idea of Japan getting flooded with gaijin, but as far as like is it reasonable to want to go to Japan? Definitely. Well, so Wiki calls Philippines tutorial island. Yeah, exactly. I learned about self-psychology from that guy. The dating blogs and those who really hate dating blogs, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly, no, but yeah. The guys who are still left, who are like fighting with the dating bloggers, are literally like imitating the people who just like left and did serious, like they're imitating like the fashion of when like we were like when like I was there and stuff, and like the people who I still talk to, they're basically imitating like, it's this weird thing where like our fight for like saving DJT culture became like fashionified and turned into just a staple. An imitation of it became a stable part of DJT culture itself, which is just really fucking bizarre. Because anyone like, because like all of us just left altogether, especially because like by that point we knew Japanese. We weren't thinking about learning Japanese anymore anyway. you know, we would all just regularly read in Japanese without thinking about it. It's not like it was it's not like it was an effort to keep getting better at Japanese or anything at that point for any of us. So like we didn't need like a learning environment anymore or anything like that. But yeah, that we would check in periodically. We would notice this disturbing thing where there was people almost like imitating, like oddly imitating what we. It's super fucking bizarre. I don't even know. I honestly don't even know what to say about it. Just weird shit. Our castle is an allegory for America. Yeah. The setting is definitely influenced by the real world in certain ways. I will say that much. It is influenced by. It's a fantasy based on reality. God, this is so fucking hard. Fuck. Okay, laptop. Greens from the West Bank. I will try to. Oh shit. Do I? I don't know if my notification is working. If you send me stuff, I might not notice that you did so. But if you do choose to, I highly appreciate it. Japan has all of its own flaws, but there is no other destination. Yeah, completely Fumofu. Exactly. Yeah, if we pop Korea tunes and games enough, maybe all the non-otaku gaijin will go there instead. Exactly. Yeah. No, Cam. I'm talking about people imitate. It's so confusing. Honestly, I don't even feel like explaining it because it's just so weird and confusing. But yeah, there are no base dating bloggers, as far as I know. If there are any, I have never met them. Okay, he never even said that. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, Will. That's a good way to put it. It's funny too because like part of what that was the thing that like we noticed was getting really cringe was like it seemed to be impossible, and this is what Nova's talking about. This is what I was talking about when I'm talking about the fucking like the weird like imitative culture we left behind in DJT after we all left. It seemed like everything that we would talk about when it came to like actually trying to develop like a direction for things to move in, for like the community shit to move in, it seemed like everything we talked about somehow got memeified. And it became this like, yeah, it became this like weird like, it just became, because the thing you're talking about, the thing that, Nova, the thing you mentioned about like, oh, they have like weird specific ideas about like what otaku should be or whatever. I'm not joking. That's literally because when we were there, like my crew, when we were there, we were literally trying to like increase standards. We were trying to increase cultural standards, and we were trying to, we were trying to encourage people to like be interested in shit, read shit, this and that, don't dating blog, etc. Um, and then yeah, there was like this this weird like memification, because I just remember going back in DJT after like not being in there for like, I don't know, like a year or something. And when I came in, there was this fucking emote that was like getting spammed. There was this emote getting spammed of Kageyaki, like charging with his like sword or whatever, looking angry. And it was like, it said on it in text, it was like this emote. It said not otaku. And I just knew they were like so cooked from that, because I was just like, okay, and people would just like spam it randomly and shit. It's as if they wanted to make light of and memes out of the very like concept of having values in the first place, of like valuing things and wanting to set some kind of standard or something. So that's basically what I'm talking about. That's you can probably see now why I said I didn't want to explain it. It's like really fucking convoluted and weird, but yeah, that's basically the idea. There became this like imitative meme culture, and it was super fucking cringe. And I think I left almost immediately after walking. It's basically like the equivalent of like if I was to start talking about like, let's say I was to start talking a lot about like anime technique versus like Western tuning, and I was to talk about like spread awareness about like, oh, here's what constitutes like American anime or Korea tune style, and then suddenly like a bunch of people, I leave some server or something, and then I come back and they're spamming emotes that say you're Korea tune or something, or like you're American anime or something, just like as a way of like essentially degrading value on the entire distinction in the first place. That's basically the environment I saw. Yeah, so otaku culture has many branches, exactly. Some get into yeah, there's a whole thing. It's like, for a lot of people, when you say the word otaku in the first place, there's a whole sect of like, especially normies and stuff, that will actually think of idol otaku first, for example. So it's just like, it's just a bunch of different, there's just a bunch of different factions of things, and the important part, and like the part I'm always trying to get across, is like specifically the artistic core stuff and the literary core stuff. Like that's always like what I'm trying to spread to people, is like understanding, appreciation of that and shit, because that's the most like, that's the thing that's the hardest thing to import to the West, and it's the most vital thing to get imported to the West, and it's also like, it doesn't matter what type of like otaku sect you're from, so to speak. If you care about art and you care about like stories and shit, stuff like what is the right technique for drawing, and shit, like that's just everything. That's important to everyone. It doesn't matter if you're like, it doesn't matter if you're like a Fujo, or you're like, you know, like some kind of like shoujochu, like moe buta or something. Like that's just relevant to everyone. Um, and it's been really difficult to like. It's been really difficult to get people up to speed on like what exactly I'm trying to. It's let alone spreading the actual ideas themselves. It's been very difficult to get to the point where I can even skillfully communicate what exactly I'm trying to. What exactly I'm even trying to spread in the first place. Which is why it was really funny. It was just a funny, in like a depressing way, experience to see like, oh, okay, I guess we just left this like silly meme culture behind in this DJT community. When DJT started kind of getting taken over, like when Quizmaster started making his mistakes with handling it, I actually kind of regret not taking the helm myself more. And you know, because at the time the reason I didn't was because I didn't believe I had enough. I didn't believe I had enough like of a right to do so. But that's just a basic life lesson. Like, don't wait. If you know what's right in something, like, that's enough to you. Like, you don't need all the skills in the world. You don't need all the experience in the world or whatever. Like, if you know what's right for sure, you should act on it. And you know, sometimes take a helm even if you're not necessarily even if you don't have all the qualifications in the world. So I kind of regret that. At the same time, it's not a big deal. It's not like the future for otaku is doomed because DJT didn't get, you know, didn't become the most based in otaku place in the world. But yeah, I do slightly regret that. Yeah, exactly, Fumofu. It's in reality, it's really just like idol mania. Exactly. The otaku thing is an anachronism in reality. I mean, the word still gets used a lot, but the word gets used a lot. But yes, Cam, Densho Otoko was very unbased for sure. But yeah, people do like to a normie, it's like there's no like there's no like high level distinction between like, oh, what is like, if you ask the average Japanese normie like, what is an otaku, like they're gonna have an image that blends idol shit with what, well, actually, I mean, if you can actually see that in like if you just look at like Oshinoko recently, they are in an environment in Oshinoko where otaku as a word defaults to idol otaku. So that's actually like a good example. They're in a culture where that's the default use of the word. Like their subculture, otaku defaults to idol otaku. So yeah, it's all about like context. It's all about like what context you're in. Oh shit, Koteri's getting mangled right now. Um, is DJT dead Discord? No, it's not dead. I just wouldn't go there. If you're gonna go to one, you should probably go to. I mean, maybe check it out. Yeah, Seiyus are an interesting one because they're almost like. Seiyus are interesting because they have kind of like properties of. They almost have properties of VTubers and idols and stuff, but at the same time, they're like kind of fundamentally more close to the 2D. I guess if VTubers are 2.5D, then Seiyu are sort of like 2.25D, I guess. But at the same time, you can also get into another side of them where they're like 2.75D. I don't know. Yo, Jailite. I think you could just make it much shorter by saying the old guard wanted to learn Japanese to do something. Well, the new ones just want to learn Japanese. Yeah, couldn't have put it better myself. There's a really smart guy. I know that reminds me of. I feel like that's what he would say. But yeah, I couldn't put it better myself. Surpassing otaku around otaku. Yeah, the word has become too confused for sure. Yeah. Well, as I say now, like otaku is more relevant as an adjective than like a noun at this point. Yeah, I agree, Fumofu. Like, art is art in literature is the most fundamental thing. As far as as far as an otaku culture that is actually like worth protecting and like worth and like something that is actually bringing something to the table. The thing that's defining. The thing that's defining. The thing that is defining the force that is actually like making moves and affecting the world and doing deep and significant things, it fundamentally is the like it's your music, art, writing guys. Like that's why like people in the know, the word otaku became like an implicit way of saying, yeah, you're really concerned with like art being good and fucking writing being good, whatever, that type of shit. Because that's the actual, that's the shit that's actually doing very significant, meaningful. That's the most meaningful element of the whole thing. That's the part that's most crucial. And that's also why I was actually talking to someone the other day about that's also why I don't lament the like sort of loss of like the really like loud sort of really proactive passion associated with the like O's otaku and stuff, and all that stuff. Like the reason I don't like lament the loss of that as like a front and center thing. And in fact, actually, it was in a recent Beat Mario stream. He even mentioned like, oh yeah, he said like the Joe Nets of that era was so sugoi. Yeah, the reason I don't he was saying how like he hears people say that all the time and he knows what they're talking about because obviously he lived through that era. Um but yeah, the reason I don't like care that much about that, why I think it's always it's a bad red flag when people care too much about that, is because it's like, okay, so otaku is like a social thing to you then? You're basically admitting that the social element is the important part. Um, that is, and that, that like, that's a lesser thing. That's a fundamentally lesser thing than concern with the actual fundamental art, concern with like knowing as much as you can about the art, concern with like having the most, if you're a creator, proactively creating, if you're a consumer, just being informed and like being knowledgeable, etc. That's so much more important than any sort of social thing could ever be. That's why you get these funny things. Like you'll get these. You have this kind of like almost like griftery type like aesthetic now of like, yo, otaku passion, man, with like shit like remember like Magical Destroyers, the recent anime, that was totally like otaku as a fashion type thing. Like there was, yeah, and you look up the dude and he was just a degenerate like party pee, as they call it. He was just a clubber. Like, there's nothing otaku about that dude. He's just a degen who likes to party. So yeah. At any rate. Yep, Bato is back. Trumpets for Bato, the X-King, yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There is interplay between otaku and mania, for sure. Big time. Yes, that's very true, Mothra Man. The ambiguity is how it should be. Aoi Yuki is 2.75D, yeah. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. I didn't hear that story about the Shuten Doji being based on her freaking body. That's hilarious. Yeah, it does. There's there are absolutely like artists who will get kinda simpy and do shit like that. It definitely happens. And then you get the ones who absolutely never will and aren't like that at all. There's a spectrum. There's a spectrum to it. Especially like sometimes older people for sure will do it a lot. Because like when you get the younger people who do it, it's often like really kind of extra simpy. You could theorize that otaku haven't changed, but the average person now has more and deeper skills, so they engage differently. Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. We were talking about how like with the spreading of the pyramid, or the increase in size of the pyramid. You now have this parsing where you can get these like really large groups of low tier consumer, and then you can get these like pockets that you have to actually put in the work to dig for, and you can find higher tier dudes, but they're gonna have a bit of they're gonna have a little bit more of a gated aspect to their community, and they're not gonna be like being all like nearly as like publicly vocal as the past and stuff. Just kind of the theme with everything. No. There is a YouTuber that wait. Let's see. Mothra don't give me embarrassing nicknames. Dan Meats was a very popular at grabber. I think there's a. Yeah. There is a YouTuber I watch that focuses on what you're saying. Is focuses how it relates to memes and politics. The logic. That logic doesn't either that's a word I don't know or it's supposed to be persuade. I don't know. I don't know English. So when you say that the writer's artist music, could you say it's the memes and how mematically fit the idea as maybe? I don't know exactly what that means. But I think it has more to do with most, so I think I missed the connection there. Remember back in the day when Toho was reclining was a thing because Concloria was... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's funny, Safe EXP. The creator actually does have some art skill, which is funny. But he's more of just like a basic, like, he's not like that serious of it. He's like a kind of like hobby type, but he's like not bad at all. But I guess it just goes to show how much you can, how far you can kind of take the otaku as fashion thing. Fun fact, the Soshige was actually one of the fastest closing Soshige ever. I think it was like almost record breaking with how fast it closed. People really did not want, and it actually had a few pieces of really nice art in it, which was a waste. The game itself looked really, really bad though. It was like a low quality 3D mess, but it still featured some really good 2D art here and there. But yeah, no, people wanted none of it. Okay, that was persuasive. Noah's counterexamples, I think it actually falls better into the otaku as character model because it represents retail. Yeah. See, that's what's funny because it's just like, yeah, fantasy based on reality. It's a fantasy based on reality. There is a design, and this is why I say like the old heads tended to glorify real people a lot more innocently than the new gens, because the old heads had to draw from, like, they didn't start with a developed culture or anything. So to them, they have like, you can really see it with certain artists and writers and stuff. Like with Jun Maeda especially, like when he writes his male characters, you can tell he's thinking about like actual like rockers and shit. And like he's really transparent about that in like Headbond, for example. Because they just have a fundamentally different relationship because they didn't start with the culture developed and all that stuff. So it's interesting. It's just really interesting to think about all that stuff. And I think it really is interesting when you think about like where the stuff started from and like the older perspectives on stuff like, oh, rock culture, idol culture and stuff like that and what it spawned. I think it's like cool to be in touch with that. While at the same time still making certain lines between like real life and art, you know, like sacred, you know, not wanting to cross it. But I guess like the nice thing about being otaku is that like it's so much more important what results you can produce. So like, I mean, you can technically be a simp and still produce results. Like it doesn't mean you're gonna do like, it doesn't mean you have to do like bad art or be a bad writer just because you have like, you know, maybe vices or whatever, or an unbased perspective on certain things or something. It's results driven. Everything is results driven. Like it's way more important if you can. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's what matters. What are the results you're producing? Um, 93% communication is nonverbal. True. Yeah, sorry to. The social gay bubble is definitely bursting. There's no question. But it will always be a thing to some extent. But what I hope is just that they get preserved more. That they they get more and more like get turned into like just normal games and shit. Do you think the trend of every IP getting its own MOBA is a brain drain on the industry or not? Slightly, but also not. I'll answer that after I answer Will. Do I think my sleep schedule affects my productivity? Yeah, I think. Yeah, and that I think it's impossible to be productive without this sleep schedule. I think there's a reason so many people who work really hard can't deal with the 24-hour shit, because I feel like starting and stopping on a 24-hour routine is just not viable when you're trying to push your limits and stuff. I just feel like you have to just have to break into some kind of degen hour thing. That's why even studios will. A lot of studios expect have kind of make your own hours systems and stuff with their creators and stuff. Because you kind of just have to. It's not really viable to. It's not really viable to expect people who do this type of stuff to do a healthy 9 to 5. It's just kind of unfeasible, except in certain situations. All right, that's pretty close. I put too much darkness up here. That was not bad. Kind of fucked up the right side a little bit. Let's see. I don't know how many more copies we're doing. Yeah, as far as this is a brain drain. Well, Chris, what actually happened was Soshige got popular, and they didn't remove artists from focusing on other industries and stuff. What actually happened was, and I literally watched it happen in real time. I literally was because I was learning Japanese at the time and stuff, and I was spending all my time on the Japanese internet. I watched the Soshige boom happen in real time, and I saw in real time what it was doing and how it was actually producing. It was raising the standards of illustration, and it was raising the number of illustrators. The number of illustrators shot way up because of it. So it didn't actually steal resources. It actually just created more resources. And that produced and raised the standards, and that produced the sort of Illustrator boom golden age thing. So for illustrators, it was actually just primarily just a positive thing, and responsible for advancing things and stuff in many ways. However, after the fact, once things stabilized and created all those artists, now it's sort of retroactively now become a waste of those new artists, because way too many art that doesn't get used for a significant purpose goes into them. So now we need to restructure, and I want to see a new Ogon Jidai for Eroge. I have ideas for how that can happen and stuff, but like, well, only time will tell if these things actually get acted on. As far as like writers and stuff, I would just say no. It's not an issue when it comes to writers or any other job. There's not really any. There's no visible issue. Like, yes, I get it that like, yes, it sucks that Hebon has to be a Soshige and isn't just a whatever normal game. But on the flip side, it literally probably just wouldn't. There wouldn't. If there was no Hebon, we wouldn't have gotten Hebon the VN with the same amount of content and all that shit. We would have just gotten nothing. So, and I'm pretty confident saying that. I think I know enough about Key and Maeda to say that. So it's kind of just like, that's kind of just a plain, like, situations like that are just a plus. So it has a lot of cons, but yeah, at the same time, it's like there were a lot of good things that came out of it. And what I want now is I want all the good things it gave us to now get taken out of it and get a new like VN Eroge Golden Age. That's what I want now. So one of my favorite clinics was about sacrifices with the composer who had to get drunk to compose better. Yes. So if you gotta stay up late and fuck your sleep schedule, yeah, just exactly. I look at it like money. I just see it as money. It's just like, okay, these are my resources, and do I have enough resources to do the thing? And training is a thing that requires resources. What are the theoretical benefits of these value studies? For me, I'm focused on composition. I'm entirely just thinking about composition while doing this. I'm trying to think, I'm asking like, how dark is this? What's the value here? Where is it placed? Where is it placed in relation to other things? It's entirely composition that I'm focused on. Talent goes where the money is, and Eroge is kind of stuck, unable to pay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. We need more money flowing through Eroge somehow. I have ideas. I have some ideas. Wolfie.gif. I have some ideas. Yeah, and the fact that a lot of companies go all ages. Yeah, the whole like dots arrow type thing. Unrelated, but I had a name for a branch of Otaku-ron Moetics. Yeah, Dragalia lost, yeah. Saito did a lot of good shit there. Oh, good night, Will. Get that China money. Last summer, Comic had more than 2,000 circles. Yeah, that's insane. We're producing Blue Archive, yeah. Beginner talent used to work on Eroge to get their legs, and that, yeah. Exactly, yeah, because in the problem is Eroge wants Kamieshi. Like, it's the Eroge market. Like, if you make a studio Eroge, if you don't in year like 2004, if you used the Kamieshi, you stood the fuck out. You were like, holy shit, this Eroge's got a Kamieshi. Now, you stand out when you don't use a Kamieshi. You stand out when your lead artist is not a Kamieshi. Which is just like fucking bizarre to think about. It's kind of fucked up, but like that's how it is. And that's why I think I think that more shit like Shiro Nagas is the answer. Like, try to weaponize the larger video game market, because that's how Eroge started in the first place. It weaponized the larger video game market because people wanted to play games that had pornographic elements and shit. I feel like we could have the equivalent thing today, but people want to play a game, but instead of pornographic elements as the key draw, it's the fact that, oh, it's got so much more story. It's got so much better writing, and it's got more interesting, design work or whatever than, the sloppy alternative. Like that's I just feel like the success of stuff like Shiro Nagas. Not that it was like a breakout success or anything, but it was pretty successful. I feel like it shows potential. And even Needy Girl Overdose is following the same. Yeah, I get that it has meme elements and stuff, but I feel like at its core, people are interested just because of the idea that it's like, oh, it's utilizing, it's borrowing from those elements of that initially formed eroge. That's why I feel like first and foremost it was interesting to people. Yeah, working on because like the it's just it's it's a weird situation. We know who would be buying all those. Okay, Southeast Asians. Yeah. Chinese gacha is uncanny because many of them combine this animator. Yeah. Well, it's really funny because basically, Chris, what they do is they get a core team of lead artists who really know their shit. Like they get like the government puts out like a Chinese executive order to bring them the finest artists in the land. And they bring them in, and then those are the guys who do the 2D base art for like MiHoYo. So you get this really high quality 2D base for the art. But then what happens is they just take all the basic riffraff 3D guys and animators and stuff. And these guys don't know anything about like anime, or they have no refined like, they have no like refined understanding of like Japanese art or anything. So they just come in and they just do their weird semi-Pixar inspired or Disney inspired thing, and they just so it's just like it's a really weird situation what they have, and it is it's related to the growing problem of like Koreatoon and American anime and stuff. There is another way to look at it, which is just that it's not. One way to look at it is that it's not that like they're invading anime space, but rather anime space is invading them, and over time they'll keep shedding that like weird Pixar crap and all that stuff for like a right way of doing things. Which I think is inevitable anyway. Like that can't last. Like people don't actually like some retarded like Pixar animation approach better than, I mean, I'm sure some people do, but like most people, like the market always like when you get like proper Japanese Oda art shit done properly, the market always responds better to that over time. Controlling for, contrivance and control and stuff. Typically the market just responds better over time. So I think it will die out with time. I do think that will, and we'll see proper technique win with time, is my hope, at least. Um, Z goes overboard with the squash and stretch. Yeah. If the Western otaku movement succeeded, it would be a huge step forward for. Yeah, exactly. That's a huge reason. Like, that's why I'm like really like I really want people to go, whoa, what the fuck? Like these dudes made a thing with like they got really serious about like all these elements that you would only expect a Japanese person to get like really serious about and stuff and like and they're from freaking America of all places. Like I want to be a symbol to the youth that like this is like the future. Like don't do things the lame way that Americans have been doing it up to this point. Like do it this way. I do quite like ZZZ, not gonna lie. MiHoYo, I think there's a lot to like about MiHoYo shit, like because the core design work is just so good. Like I have tried playing, I have put a little bit. If I had more free time, I would probably put like not like an excessive amount, but like a basic. You know, I would probably put like a couple dozen hours into all their games just because like the core design work is like, you know, it really holds. Yeah, China makes use the China stuff makes heavy like there's a lot of productions now that are like literally like international productions like Azure Lane was literally it's neither like a Chinese production nor like a Japanese production in the ultimate sense. It's you know it's both ultimately. In some ways, it's kind of more Japanese because of the amount of Japanese artists they use, and there's a lot of stuff like that. So it's definitely like a weird. It's definitely a weird era we're in that sense. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's what's like so funny, like because Blue Archive is a really weird one because the main writer for so long was Korean, and it's you know Korean headed, but there was just so much Japanese participation on it, and like it seemed to be like yeah, like literally like almost like more relevant in Japan than Korea. So it's like really weird case. But yeah, for sure, just really weird. Even the Chinese line art is kind of whack. Seems like they aim for the complexity and okay. Well, basically, China and Korea both have a very common way of Nexon is definitely a really weird. They're definitely like a weird exception in that sense. Like they have like a really complex, unusual history to them. But yeah, basically, Chris, like China and Korea have these kind of like traditions of how they do stuff wrong, basically. Like, because you know how I often talk about like American anime and how it takes like from American tuning and screws up anime by like discarding a lot of important anime techniques and instead using Western tuning ones. China and Korea both have their own like version of that. And they both have like their own like different ways of like what they discard and like what they properly do of anime technique and stuff. So it's like mad weird, and a lot of that comes from like there are exceptions. There are absolutely exceptions, and they are growing. Like there are Chinese artists and there are Korean artists that just do it perfectly correctly. Like there's nothing wrong at all. But they're still the minority, and the reason for it is because the idea of them doing the idea of them even drawing like Japanese styles in the first place is so new. And so for so many of them, like they had to grow up like drawing a different way because like that's just what you did. Especially if they wanted to get work. The type of work that they would get would be like something like I don't know, like League of Legends or something, like some Western game, and it wanted a Western or like weird Koreatoon international kind of look out of them. So that's how they would learn to do things. And there's a language barrier. There's no one to talk to who knows how to do it the right way. Especially at the time, there were no resources even if they did learn Japanese, it's not easy to, especially at the time, was not easy to find resources on how to do things right and stuff. So a lot of them end up in these like old dog new tricks situation where like they get really good, but not at like a Japanese way of drawing. And then suddenly the market says, hey, I guess the market actually likes Japanese art the best after all. Like, oh, who would have thought? And then they have to like switch their styles. And some of them can make the jump. Some of them can handle the class change. And some of them can't. And some of them just say, fuck it. I'm going to fudge it. I'm going to draw kind of right. And the better you are, too, the more you can get away with that commercially. Like, if you take, oh my god, what's his name? He's that German dude. He's extremely skilled, but, I literally can't remember. I, like, almost had it. Fuck. No, I'm sorry, I can't remember. I'm so close. Oh, I remember it. Yes. Timbo Gami. He is extremely skilled, but he, like, there's, like, a long list of anime techniques and stuff. Just up to the Patreon, I believe. I believe in the vision. Holy shit. Kaito Hiroyuki, based as fuck. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, he's extremely good, but there's a very long list of like things that normally go into drawing anime that he just doesn't do, and he just does like his own thing that's inherently stylistically less developed than what. There's a reason. It's not just trends that people do these things. They do these techniques because they are integral to the actual, the actual fundamental aesthetic and look of the thing. And yeah, you get an old dog news tricks situation, especially when someone's that good, in terms of just general skill factor. He can get work without updating it. But I think over time what will happen is, okay, well, what happens when the German guy pops up who is just as skilled as Timbo Gami, but he is also doing all the techniques right? Then Tim's hand might be forced, That's kind of how I see it. So we'll see what happens. Only time will tell. But yeah, it's quite interesting. Um, the other thing I was gonna say was there's kind of a secret problem that a lot of people aren't aware of when it comes to fudging the techniques, the Japanese art techniques. It's more than just an artistic issue. Because of the really like dense history of Japanese artists drawing for stories and drawing for storytelling's sake, the Japanese art styles are actually like hyper refined to storytell the best they possibly can. Like they are made the way they are because they were refined by decades of like director vision and writer vision and all that stuff. And when you don't use all the techniques, you actually create art that is fundamentally missing like moods and expressions that are necessary to tell stories the way that like modern otaku storytelling has developed, like when it's high quality. So they're actually like missing range. They're missing, like if you take Tim Bogami's art, it's actually missing modal range compared to just like say like Tsunako or something. Just as a really like to just take like a really good example of like an extremely good Japanese artist, anyone would do, but like he is missing modal range. He is missing expressive power. There's straight up ideas that his art can't convey that Tsunako's can. And every single Japanese style is expected to normally be able to do this. So that's why it's such a huge... That's one of the many reasons why it's such a huge issue. And it's something that's overlooked a lot because most people aren't thinking about storytelling as like a collection of moods and ideas and stuff, but like they can feel it. They can feel that there's something missing. It's just that like sometimes you can just use raw skill to bulldoze over the issue. It's definitely something I want to bring awareness to. I'm strongly considering making like a video about it. It's a difficult topic because it's hard to not name names, but at the same time you don't really want to name names because you don't want to start shit. And I know I just named a name, but at least I complimented his skill. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if something like Comic Head could grow, yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's my vision. That's exactly my vision. Hopes for America low. Yeah, same. Hopes low, but my wish is high. My hopes are low. Well, no, my hopes are high. My expectations are low. Yeah, it will be interesting to see where everything goes. There's a lot of it that lacks otaku spirit for sure. It's just most. Yes, exactly, Cam. With Kaito's help. Take it easy, Nova. Very unfappable stuff. Farewell. We need not fap, yeah. That's true, yeah. That is also true. Well, that's actually what's funny too, is that, yeah, a side effect is it literally just becomes less attractive for it. But a dangerous side effect is that because it sometimes defaults to just like fine art when they don't know the Japanese techniques, it can actually take on this like weird power to like reference IRL women in this weird way that can kind of appeal to simpy types in this weird way, which is also kind of like one of the dangerous things about it. And because like it's really funny too. I do not endorse fat. Yeah, I don't either, and I say unfappable all the time. Fappable or not fappable, I still say that all the time. Even though I don't I don't endorse the act. But yeah, because like if you take like the Korean artist like Modare for example, his face. I actually did like a quick study of him. I did like a quick painting study, kind of like a detailed painting study, just to kind of see exactly what was going into his. I actually have a time lapse of it, because someone told me that they would subscribe. Someone told me that they would pay me to teach them if I can show that I could show them how Modare works. So I created a time lapse of me drawing him, and then the dude just said, and then the dude just like literally just was like trolled. he just disappeared after. I was like so pissed. I wasn't that pissed because I wanted to take a closer look at what Modare was doing either way. But basically, a lot of what actually makes up Modare's facial structure and stuff is just like fine art stuff, just kind of like imitating superficial anime-isms, like the eye is big and the iris has this kind of general shape to it and blah blah blah. But a lot of it is just it's just kind of like a distorted fine art approach. And as a result, it can remind you of real women a little more easily. And it's actually interesting too, because it straight up is to the point where like he puts literally like pseudo like mascara around the character's eyes. And it's funny because the style is natively not that attractive or appealing without that like mascara on the character's eyes, which is really funny because it's not like you take like Sunako's characters, they need mascara, it's just the fundamental shapes are appealing, the fundamental design quality is appealing, the subtlety of the line work is appealing, etc. But he's in this weird situation where it's like, because it's still like so fine arty, he literally puts mascara on the eyes to like compensate the thing. And yeah, some people are like, if you are more like a more like kind of simpy type, like that might appeal more in some cases. But yeah, anyway, it's interesting. One of my biggest problems that I guess won't resolve until I draw with some kind of intent. I think I know what you're saying, Bado. I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. That's just true. That's just true for all of us until you can like really master a style. It's not like I have all the tech down and stuff. Until you like really master a style, it's hard to have like. Well, we were just talking about Tsukumizu earlier in stream, and how he like his earlier art. Oh yeah, good night, Chris. How his earlier art had like an awkward dimension to it and stuff, because that's normal. That's normal for people who are learning to have like an awkward, like literal spatial content to their work and stuff. But what's interesting is that normally you're supposed to grow out of that. Normally you're supposed to get good and you learn the techniques better and you refine your art style so that it's not doing that anymore. But what's interesting with these sort of pseudo anime styles they don't actually have the full set of techniques to outgrow that, and they will, by intention and by design, keep things like awkward literal spatial detail or fundamental just like unrefined use of shapes and stuff that Japanese art has like decades of refining out of itself, but it's still there for them. So that, yeah, that's kind of like an issue, and it sucks too because some of these guys get like really freaking popular because some of them are really really skilled and stuff, and their art has a little bit of a novelty to it because people might not be used to the look at first, so it might have a little bit of novelty. And then it makes people want to imitate them, and it perpetuates the cycle of non-advancement, which is kind of lame. But I think with time it'll work itself out. I think with time it will work itself out. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna start on the CG in a minute. How long have I been streaming? 4 hours of practice. Fuck, practice goes by so fucking fast. Goes by way too fast. I gotta get started on the CG soon. I think this should be enough where I should be able to handle the CG fine. Fuzzy. Let's see. Make sure to drink. Yeah, that's true. I need some fucking water. I'm gonna go get some right now. It's like they come up with their own solution to a problem that, yes, that's literally it, Bada. It's like, what if we reinvented a worse wheel? And it's dumb. I mean, it shouldn't be a thing. It really shouldn't be a thing. My expectation is for it to die out with time. But yeah, that's the best way to put it. It's a solution to something that already, it's an alternative inferior solution to something that already has a way more developed solution. All right, let's get some more. we're good. Oh, forgot to bring the bottle with me. That's right. Let's just fucking mesh transform the whole thing. No, don't do that. Oh, fuck you. Okay, let's see. I might try to just get started on the next or on the actual CG rough like. I might just fill in the rest of this more loosely because I kind of want to get started now. But yeah, I've been thinking about like how to make a video about this topic because like obviously I feel very strongly about it and because like more than from and I think that would be the best thing to talk about. I think that would be the best way to approach it. If when I talk about this, talk about it more from the literary standpoint. Even that way, I'm not like. That way, it feels less like I'm trying to criticize someone, you know, directly artistically. It's more like I'm trying to get the point across that, like, yes, this is an issue because, you know, first and foremost, these styles literally lack, they lack literary application, the way developed styles do. And if I approach it more from that end, I think I can, you know, and I explain that I'm speaking from the perspective as like a writer. You know, it's a fundamental right, you know, literary concern. I think that can make the message come off a little less hot and heavy. And I think it gets the idea across better anyway. Like, oh shit, don't do that. I think it just gets the idea across better. Like as far as why it's an actual problem, because if you tell people like, yo, this style, you're not supposed to draw this way, people will just be like, why? It looks good. It's like, yeah, it looks good because he's good at drawing. But if you explain like, okay, look, if I'm making a VN, I can't use this art because it literally doesn't, it's not compatible with the moods and expressions, and it literally is lacking range. It's lacking expressive and moodal range. So I literally like can't make like a VN or something with this art style. Then I think the idea gets across a little better. Especially if you dig into it and show why you tangibly show why it's missing those things. That I think is a lot easier of a sell. And that's kind of the important part anyway. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Fumo. Like, my brother has been talking about that for a while. Um, we have been discussing that for some time, and I think it's important, and I think it's something that would benefit. Um, I think it would just benefit everyone. You know, just a thing you can like, just like a lexicon of technique that you can just reference. Um, and it would, I think it would just help in so many things. It would help, like, it would help give people a sense of like the history with all this shit and how developed everything is, and you know why it's developed that way and stuff. Because a lot of people just don't know. I mean, literally, the anime is simplified and exaggerated reality meme was thriving until like recently. Like, Proco made a video like shit, like I don't even know, like it was not that long ago. It was like, I want to say 2017. Which is, you know, that's definitely not recent, but like in the scope of history, that's like kind of recent. Where he confidently said anime is just simplified. It's just simplified reality with some exaggeration. And it was just silly as fuck. And that's, granted, it was before, the only reason he was even talking about it was because it was before actual Japanese illustrators finally took to like YouTube and stuff. So there's just no one to say otherwise. Whereas now we have, you know, and Saito has said, Saito will make nods a lot, like, oh, this shit's so complicated and has so much history behind it, you couldn't possibly begin to understand how much goes into this. He's made like passing comments about it and stuff, but he likes to lay low. He doesn't like to get too in depth about certain things. He wants to keep some of his tricks like secret and stuff. He often jokes about how scared he is to share knowledge, and he's only half joking. He knows, he lived through it once. He knows what it's like to get like outshined by you know, like a new generation of young people who are better than him and stuff. He lived through that before he did his whole big job class change period from monster designer to lead character designer. So he's only half joking when he says, I'm scared to give out knowledge because I'm scared of how powerful the competition could become with it. He's literally only half joking. But yeah. In general, there are probably a lot of Western artists out there who are in Zetsubo over their belief that they could never reach JP Pro standards who would benefit from something like that. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Like, I possibly would have had to stop drawing altogether if I didn't have like a direct, because I basically have like I basically have free access to a mentor. And like, if I didn't have that, you know, with my brother, and if I didn't have that, then like I probably would have had to quit. So there's a lot of people who, like, with the right info, it can be the life or death difference of if you can actually even do the thing. So yeah, I agree. I think it's super important, and I think it's something we're definitely gonna have to do. For the time being, I think it'll definitely be a good idea to make a video just talking at least broadly about the situation and stuff. Yeah, exactly, Fumo. That's just a description of. That's more of a description of Western tuning. So you can see how much of a projection it was. Well, if that's our Western tuning, that must be what they're doing. There's no way that what they're doing is more complex than what we're doing. It was honestly just. It was a. There was not a lot of people realize, but like there was a serious like unironic like serious like East versus West like hate feud for so long, and a lot of younger gen doesn't see quite how bad it got. I'm sure they still see like vestiges of it and stuff, or remaining pockets of it, but I don't think they understand like just how bad the feud got, like just how threatened people were when anime was on the rise and stuff in the West and stuff, and like just how much like bad blood was going around and stuff. It was fucking intense. So yeah, that's like one of the reasons it's taken so long for proper info and proper ideas to get around. Why it took people so long to just why it took the market so long to just like admit and accept like, oh yeah, we just like Japanese art better. Everyone likes Japanese art better. Sure enough, they just do it the best way. So yeah, it's like really funny because it was funny too because for the longest time too it even bled into like the writing, like people trying to say like, oh, Japanese writing is even terrible and worse, and that one was funny because that one ironically you still get it, you'll still get it today, but it always feels like copy and like desperate in a modern context. And a lot of that is helped by the fact that like storytelling in the West has really kind of showed its real true colors in recent years in particular. So that one is comically hard to defend, and more people get into Oda media and stuff as Western media like refugees. Basically, there's so many Western media refugees now, basically, which is just a really funny concept. Yeah. Okay, so now that's typically what happens. Like, they'll keep peeling back. They'll keep giving up space. Like, okay, well maybe the writing isn't always terrible, but this aspect is terrible, or you can't do this, or they'll backpedal. They'll turn it into a moral argument. Oh well, it's morally bad, or or the comedy's bad. Shit like that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just I see stuff like that and I just go, oh, we're winning. We're definitely winning. But yeah, I definitely need to make a video talking about why why non-authentic styles are literally just yeah, like really dig into it, really show that I can dig into it, and really show like, oh, you see this shape, you see this, what, you know, this literal, you know, shape compared to this shape is lacking this property and this, you know, or this technique, you know, this technique not being present causes this issue, stuff like that. Just explaining the general, explaining it, hand holding so much to the point where even like a naysayer would have to at least accept like 30% of what I'm saying, basically. I think that would be really good. I think that is basically what we need to do. Because at the same time too, I was gonna I was gonna call the video. I'm thinking of calling the video like the Japanese art and the illusion of simplicity or something. To really explain how like, oh, the shit is so like packed with the subtlety matters, you know, all that shit. I'm thinking that's what we're gonna call it. The illusion of simplicity. Razor Fist and his fans are probably the last stronghold of unconditional anime hate among the younger. I've never heard of Razor Fist. I was met with Razor Fist and met with Pure Slaw. It's easy to see on. Yeah, I'm sure on Twitter the war still rages on. But at least we don't have like YouTubers literally like rising because of like they're on a hate train. At least you can't like build a platform on like, you know, as like some successful whatever just because you really hate Japanese anime and shit. Or if you can, it's much harder now than it used to be. Stuff like that. I mean, Gigik was basically that. Gigik was literally like, I can't understand more nuanced anime, so I hate all of it, and I just like shonen slop because I can understand it. Because I'm a deathnik that my parents are disappointed in for not being smart. That's where he literally made merch out of his stupid motherfucking T catchphrase thing, which just amounted to I can't comprehend K-On!, which is you know, K-On! The anime, which is just fucking hilarious. That would never fly now. Like, he's only able to be Gigik because he was there at the right time. He was right place, right time. He would never become Gigik today. Yeah, Fumo. There's a lot of styles that get like hit really bad. Like people see as like opportunities to tunify. People see as opportunities to fuck with. Yeah, it happens a lot. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because it's like if you learn without like really trying to understand like the actual core techniques, that's like what will happen. Because it's funny because even amongst less skilled Japanese artists who are learning, if they can't figure out certain techniques and stuff, what will, even for them, they'll sometimes get results where like something about their art might look like Disney or something because they just literally can't figure out the technique, even though they're Japanese. The difference is that Japanese people tend to have a different reaction to that. They tend to their brains may really register that as a flaw, whereas the Western mind doesn't as easily register as a flaw, or maybe will even register it as a good thing. And that's really the big crucial difference. And then on top of that, they can ask, they can, because they're in the actual cultural vicinity, they can, like you could become an animator in Japan and you could do a drawing and get corrections on your drawing. And then you could look at what the animation director did to your drawings to correct it. And that could teach you a ton of shit, and we don't easily have that access to such a thing, for example. So that's just like one example of many why there's why it can be just so much harder when in the West to figure this shit out and stuff. If you don't know who Razor Fist is, he would simp for Western comics and argue against the anime using the media. This is so hard. Seriously, holy shit, that's hilarious. Yeah, Sarda. AniTube, as like real AniTube, is dead. All we have left is just like the surviving, like slopping, like ultra slop, like high subscriber count AniTube. It's crazy. Yeah, Fumo. By default, the difference is huge because there's so many reasons. Exactly. Yeah, Fumo, and that's just the norm, and that's just the tendency. It's just that like you can have that like one element. You can have that like one element that's like, oh, that one element kind of has a Disney impression because you didn't know the right thing to do. But typically speaking, because of their environment, they are raised to just naturally gravitate towards doing things right. And it's a lot of it's because growing up in that environment and stuff, and having better access to resources inherently, their brain just does see like non-Japanese style as a flaw. Whereas for us it's like a learned. It's either like a learned thing or a thing that you're scared to let be, a thing you're scared to let activate. Okay, let's. Okay, let's see how we did. Kinda close, but the orientation is messed up on these three. I want more of this, and then Bill is supposed to be way more over. Nep is supposed to be smushed in a little more. Also, I didn't get the darks dark enough. That's easy to happen. I mean, you can't just do this. Okay, it's not too bad. Alright, we're gonna try to make the friggin' CG now. Let's see. Let's see what happens. 4.5 hours practice. Also, let me grab water because I forgot to grab it. Also, let's play another Pokemon match. Alright, I'm gonna try to visualize try to get a vision for the CG in my head. Now that I've done these studies. Let's do a Gen 1. Gen 1. Oh shit. Okay, let's take a look. Let me see what else. I copied pretty much everything I was going. Well, there's a couple more pieces of references that would possibly be helpful, but this should do it. I can't copy all. I don't have time to copy all of them. Most of those to do a really quick copy, but I don't think that's going to be quite as helpful. Where the Gen 1ers at? Oh yeah, for sure. Like AnyTubers did a number because like that's what's funny. It's like we're not just simply trying to progress like Oda knowledge and stuff and import shit into the West. We're not just simply trying to bring the knowledge over and shit. We're actually proactively fighting years and years of buildup of like bullshit and misinfo. Which AnyTube, yeah, had a very large hand in. Like just literally people just make shit up and you could just say anything confidently enough and it would just stick. Because like there was no let's just get started. There was no like it's not like there was a it's not like if you say some bullshit there's an actual like source of info or anything to like fight back against it. It's just like someone says bullshit. Who's gonna tell them otherwise? Who's gonna? You could it's kind of like I was just saying, but like that. Oh, anime art is just simplified reality plus exaggeration. Who is here to actually know how to do it and tell the person otherwise? It's madness. Okay, so the question is, how do I... Oh, this one's going to be tricky because this is a really important one. Oh my god, the Eva talk, man, the Eva talk. The Eva talk was something else. I don't even remember Digibro's video about it. Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, first off, the worst I ever saw was Econ making a huge thread on Twitter that was just madness. And I just come in with, like, the facts and logic, like fucking, tanks, and I just like bulldozed him so badly that like I think his anus grew like 10 sizes that day. Um, but yeah, that one, yes, that one, Chris. But they would just say so much madness about it. About how like it like invented. I don't even know what to say. Just like pretty much anything they could say, because there was so much stuff. Like pretty much anything they would say about it was just wrong. Was it a very influential work? Was it a very important work? Yes. Is there a single thing that happened in otaku history that wouldn't have happened without it? No. There's not even one. Muv-Luv wouldn't have been a rebuttal to it. That's what would have been different. Muv-Luv still probably would have been made. It just would have maybe had a little bit of a different theme to it or something. That's the one work I can say for certain had it in mind. When Jun Maeda first wrote, like when he was writing in Moon, I can tell he was influenced by it. Guess what he did? Almost immediately. He shed the influence almost immediately and started trying to imitate Hisaya, who was, his writing partner. So it's just like it was not. Yeah, I mean, there's no real better way to put it other than anything it did, anything it helped. It was just part of a larger stream of things. It was part of a larger movement of things that was already happening anyway. Oh, epic. Yeah, if you want to go real hard, just play literally everything Age put out. Because it all builds to Muv-Luv. I know that's kind of a lot to ask because I honestly don't like Kimi Nozo that much, at least Yoshimune's content in it. It's not bad at all, but it's just like it's just like not good enough for me to stand it. You'll see what I mean when you might see what I mean when you play it. I like the side heroines that weren't written by Yoshimune a lot, and I gotta finish it at some point. No one's on. Yeah, if you really want like the crazy experience, just play everything that they made until Muv-Luv. It'll be like a mind blowing experience. I did not do that, but I did at least do some of it, and it was pretty cool. Akane Maniacs got a really good OVA, by the way. I highly recommend the Akane Maniacs OVA. Yeah, I absolutely recommend doing all the side routes and extra. Kimi Nozo, if you at least play up to the opening in Kimi Nozo, like when the opening plays, that can help make Muv-Luv a better experience, in my opinion. It's nice to be familiar with the Kimi Nozo characters, at least. It's not necessary, though. But yeah, I definitely do recommend doing all the... I definitely recommend doing all the routes in Muv-Luv Extra and stuff. I mean, if you're going to play Kimi Nozo before playing it, then I would assume you would do that. Alright. I need a vision. I need a vision for this. I think I need better reference. Let's see. So it's gonna be 6 characters. Shit. Let's just look at this. I don't know. A remaster did, yeah, a remaster did come out, and it was really high quality. It was like a really good one. Like they actually they properly rebuilt it for HD. Like they didn't like do anything. They didn't do anything stupid. Oh great, the dude just left. But yeah, they properly rebuilt it. So I gotta change my. Yeah, they properly rebuilt it. Like CGs aren't like cropped or anything. It's like it's a proper remaster thing. White Album 2 is Kimi no Zoba porn. I'm gonna play it soon, and so far I like it a lot better than Kimi no Zo. So I might have to challenge you on that concept. It might be boring though. Just because something's good doesn't mean it's not boring. I will finish Kimi no Zo as well, though. At some point. It's not like a high priority. I find in general a lot of like the most interesting eroge like really start hitting their stride when you get more towards like the middle of the O's. And there's a lot of really interesting stuff before that, but it's often like less satisfying. Because things were like still kind of fundamentally developing and stuff. Then there's like some shit that's just like really silly. Like if you ever play like Shizuku from like, you know, like way back in the 90s, like you can see why it was like really influential and like a cool thing, but you can tell how like it's just like ridiculously undercooked, and you could tell it was just like written in like one sitting and just kind of like rushed out to be made. What the fuck? But yeah, at any rate, I'll finish Kimi no Zo and finish White Album. I'll get back to. I literally only played like 2 hours of White Album. 2, not 1. I don't know if I'll ever play 1 anytime soon. 'Cause most people don't. Alright, I'm thinking we need something kind of like pointing. We need some element that like maybe like just a full-blown like darkness. Maybe just a full-blown like oh, I gotta change my tasks. Oh, fuck you. CG rough. This dude's taking way too long to play. We're cooked. I kind of don't feel like playing now. Speaking of which, there's a new Evangelion anime art book coming soon. Yeah, that's mad funny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. By admission, the Muvlov mechs are very much inspired by Eva, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, that tends to happen a lot, like full circle, full circle influence with shit. Because if something's relevant to you and then you make something that's good, it's likely to be relevant to whoever made something else. Okay, because basically we want this to pan over from the left until it gets into this red box. And I'm just trying to think like how exactly to compose all the elements. I wonder if she should just be bigger. Fuck. I don't know. Oh, he did Quake. And, oh, oops. Oh, I already had someone asleep. Alright, you know what? This isn't my game. I'm getting out of this. Alright, let's see. I think the expression might help. So, wish we could get more titles like Geminism. I gotta finish it. I played like a tiny bit of it. I really dug it though so far. It's encouraging that you liked it because I'll definitely make a point to finish it soon though. And like it, you mean like what elements exactly? Like surreal. Jemmy can be finished in like 3 days of avid read. I don't have 3 days of avid reading available. What are the other two ones again? We will make a point to finish Jemmy though. All right, well maybe we'll just throw it on the burner. Oh, that's right. G-Sots was the other one. Yeah. Yeah, Sayo Orange, as I call it. I'm not going to lie, it's kind of a piece of crap, like the actual writing. It's definitely interesting, though. You might get something out of it. I feel like this is too dramatic of a pose. But yeah, check it out and tell me what you think. The music is sick. The visuals are... the vibe is sick. But, like... Okay. There is a reason to read Sayo Oshi. There's a really good reason to read it. It's the Mario scene. It's absolute fucking Kino. Mario's Idai na Gyoseki. Definitely at least read it for that. I feel like this is just too dramatic of a thing to have her do. Yeah, no, this is no good. This is no good. Yeah, in fact, the whole expression, she should be looking like around, more like around her. Like it should be more of like a turning, like walking this way, but having like a, you know, turn in this general direction vibe to it. Jisatsu I don't know anything about, but I am excited to eventually get to it at some point. I haven't seen any. I know like 10 people who read Sayo Orange in like recent years, and they all just thought it was a giant waste of time. Other than the Mario line, the Mario scene. The Mario scene is, everyone agrees the Mario scene is peak. So you gotta read it for that, and everyone loves the soundtrack and vibe. So. Yeah, definitely like that. Mario Orange. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's exactly. It's like there are things that are worth reading just because they were like. There are absolutely things worth reading because of their context. Like I don't not recommend reading Shizuku if you can handle it. Because it genuinely has a lot of interesting things about it and stuff. Like when taking, well, just kind of just period, and when taking the time period into account and all that stuff. And you can tell the writer is like capable. I got to read more from that writer because I know he is considered like good after that. I mean, he wrote freaking Two Heart and shit, which like basically started VNs as we know them. So I think he's considered at least pretty good. I'm excited to check more out at some point. I feel like this is just too dramatic. Just doesn't get the idea across. Yeah, this is a lot better. Fuck. Nope, that's not good. Oh, if you like, if anyone here likes, which it seems like you maybe do like weird kind of like horror-y, thriller-y kind of like surreal shit in VNs and stuff. I highly recommend Aoi Sora no Camus. It's supposed to be, it's Camus, but it's stupid French shit. I'm not gonna say that. If you just type in Camus, Just look that up on look that up and pop in VNDB. It's it's named after the stupid French writer. Camus, yeah. Oh, Camus, yeah, Camus. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorites now. It's a little more recent. It's kind of like ancient. It's kind of like ancient. No, wait. It's like old school gamer. It's like old school gamer because it's like 2019 or something. It's not quite ancient. It's not quite ancient gamer yet. Maybe next year it'll be like ancient gamer, or maybe 2 years it'll be like ancient gamer. But yeah, it's really freaking cool. If you can't stomach open-ended plots, then don't read it. Because it is open-ended, but it's not bullshit open-ended. There's like basically 3 categories of interpretations you can have, and they're all extremely interesting. So it's not like it's not like cop out. It's not cop out open-ended. So yeah, if that sounds like appealing, definitely check it out. It's one of my absolute favorites. It's a big reason it was a big thing that made me want to make what I'm making right now. So I highly recommend it. The H scenes are like my favorite H scenes in any Eroge ever. Personally. I feel like the pose does need to be a little bit more dramatic. Aoi Sora. No, yeah, there you go. In the philosophy world, there's kind of a meme that Japan doesn't have its own philosophical tradition like the West. Maybe Eroge can change that. Yeah. I mean, Eroge is basically is a philosophical tradition, if you ask me. Well, the art is peak. Even if you don't like it, it's absolutely peak. So I can vouch for its quality. But yeah, if you don't like open-ended shit and shit with like a weird kind of like with like a weird like can hardly be called like a plot type thing, then maybe don't do it. But but yeah, it's super interesting. Masan made a video about it. You could look up Masan's video on it and hear him talk about it if you want to know more about it. Yeah, this is fun.
少ないんで、比較的次のターン、比較的っていうか、重く次のターン早くなってくるんですよ。なんで、こうやって、こまめな回復が可能です。
It's the way I would describe it is it's like, you know, Silent Hill 1. It's like the closest thing to that in Eroge. But if you replaced the
こういうのが来ると、
kind of simple story with a story that's like actually genuinely really like deep and layered.
これは今回はちょっと急
I
ぎ
mean, I love Silent Hill 1 story. But
さっきね、こんなことしてたらね、
Camus is
IF がね、死んだんでね、
a lot more layered and just a lot better written.
これで回復できます。
And it's a friggin' VN, not a game where you're running around shooting shit for 99% of the playtime. But yeah, like Silent Hill 1's like one of my, it's kind of like one of my favorite things. So it was like really cool to see something kind of similar to it in VN form. Actually, that reminds me, there actually is a Silent Hill 1 play VN novel thing. That might be a good stream game one at some point.
で回復がどうしても間に合わなくなった時は、攻撃してる2人のうちの1人を回復に回します。そうするとうまくいきます。
It was on the Game Boy Advance. Absolutely, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
ずっとやっていれば、コンパの SP はどっかのタイミングで
sorry to any
そうなったら SP の回復で回復します。
if Thomas Romaine is in chat right now,
でたまに
I would apologize, but
たまに状態以上になるんですけど、
he owes Otaku reparations, so I'm not gonna apologize.
そういう時はあるぐらいの感覚で
No, you can get it. You can get a ROM of it. The GBA one, unless you're talking about something else. I know the physical one is very rare and very expensive, but it's not like super rare or expensive.
若干安全策すぎるような気もしますけど、
But you can get a ROM of the GBA one.
攻撃に加わったところでさして美味しくないんですよ。
I'm just trying to think here. All right, and I think we'll have.
で SP チャージをしておきます。これが痛いんだよね。やめてほしい。
What happens if she goes
間に合う
farther?
当たんねえな。ですね、途中でテクニック上昇したじゃないですか、タイトル。あれ途中で切れちゃうんですよ。だから途中から確率が
Sorry, normally I wouldn't take this long when planning a composition. It's just this one's like really story important, so I can't
大変な事態
I can't afford to have it not be very exact. Okay, and then there will be another character here.
めちゃめちゃ強力な技があるわけでもないからさ、こういう展開になるよね、大体。
Actually, no. Get the tallest character in the back. I got a plan for like all the different like values and tones of the various characters and shit. This shit's gonna be hard. Yeah, if anyone does end up reading Camus, then I'll tell you my theory for the game. Although it's been a little bit since I read it, so maybe I might not remember my theory as much as I once did. But.
ちょっと余裕があるので継続をしておきましょう。あ、SP が切れそうだ。
The trick to compositions with lots of characters is making sure that their heads form an interesting, like, gesture once you connect them all.
タイミングでまた SP を回復しようか。多分こっち大丈夫だと思うけど、まあ SP チャージなら安いし。こっちに来ると困るんですけど、なぜこっち来た？
Still disturbed by the ending of Orihime. I honestly don't remember it. It's been way too long. Also, does the light novel and anime depart in any way? I was thinking of rewatching it at some point or reading it. I'm not sure though. I was interested in Eromanga Sensei, but I didn't watch it or read it because reading about oh hey Carl, I will type it in. My bad. Yeah, reading about or watching a work or reading a work about like published writers and shit was like would have been like unbearable before I was like actually able to produce work in Japanese and shit. Yeah, if you just pop in his name, you'll get it as the first. If you pop in his name and then just pop in Aoi Sora no Kamyu in JP, you'll get it. He slightly spoils it, by the way, slightly. So watch with caution. Back from Morning and Immersion Reviews base. I was just telling people how Aoi Sora no Camus. Camus. How's Kino? Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Chris. It was like really jarring. It felt like a bunch of shit got... Wait a minute. I forgot. I skipped... There's ONA episodes that connect them, for one. And I feel like a lot of people miss them. Yes, that's right. I remember that Fumo now. Just not vividly. But yeah, there were ONA episodes that are supposed to connect them that like I never even saw. For one. Fuck, should I? It's weird how they were like doing that at the time. You know, like Bakemonogatari's like first season ends with like 3 ONA episodes or something. It was just like a thing they were experimenting with at the time.
まあ、走って追いつけたということですね。合ってるよ。
No, it fucks up the move. I can't have a character. Oh, this is hard. This is so freaking hard. Oh, in fact, I think I'll just not. I think I'll just not put Kanyo in the composition at all. I think it'll just be the other 4 characters. Woo. Yeah, not non-standard number of episodes. Yeah, exactly. The Monogatari adaptation is insane. Like how pretty much like the whole, I think now like the whole thing or something got adapted with like such like consistency and shit. It's insane. And like didn't compress the content much and stuff. I haven't even seen the whole thing yet. I'm still I was like kind of saving it for a long time. I have seen Bakemonogatari though, like I think like 3 times. I just rewatched it again recently, but I'll get to the later content soon. I just don't have much time to watch anime at the moment. I wanted to save it to not the whole thing, right? Exactly.
言ってるがすごいまともそうなこと言ってる。
I wanted to save it till like my JP was really freaking good. Oh, you're watching the entire thing for the first time? Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, Shaft is still pretty powerful, right? These days, yeah. Yeah, Fumo, that might be that almost kind of that almost rings a bell of how I felt. Perhaps that may be how it felt to me as well. I honestly would have to see again to tell. Because I know like balancing normal and abnormal was obviously like the main motif of the whole work, or the main theme of the whole work.
名前を言ってしまったらバレるんじゃないかと思ったけど、その辺どうなんだろう。失礼じゃね。
Carl, it's a big ZTS playlist.
無理感ジョークってなんだよ。
Right, when Shimbo, yeah. Not so impressed with any of that, yeah. I was thinking about the other day how this scene where you know what's her name, Kirino, where she goes to the off kai, and it's like awkward for her and shit. Even though she's like normally equipped to. Even though she's like normally equipped to Normie Max and shit. I remember that was always like one of my like favorite scenes ever. It's just like it had like such like a because like I feel like when you have like a weird, because like every creator has like an unconventional, no, not unconventional, idiosyncratic relationship with Oda Media that makes it like really fundamentally difficult to like connect to other people on the subject. And I feel like it captured that, like, it like really captured that that concept.
棒読みの演技うまいよね、これもある。バレてたわ。
I think we need some kind of overlap between characters.
お、これパーティーに入る流れか。
Okay, joke's all tiny. Oh, this is a tough one.
アイリスが今驚いたのは、この記憶喪失な演技信じるのっていう意味の演技だよね。
Yeah, it's just that shot. Late Spring by Ozu.
信じるんだ。一発でバレるよ。
Let's hear a quick rundown about it. Oh, interesting. Yeah.
関係ねえと思うけど。
Is that a way of, okay. I thought you were trying to say that like you're like an AV fundamentalist or something. Yeah, that's what's fun. Like it's very like it's very like Japanese to put a to put like, you know, to always have like a some kind of like,
まさかの倒した瞬間な。
you know, to allow there to be like you know, some kind of sexual tension with that type of thing. I was imagining different view.
ちょっとごめんけど、一回メッセージウィンドウっていい？
Yeah, I don't have a lot of film exposure either, just because I honestly just don't care about the medium that much. But like I have seen some for sure.
これ下の部分引っかかってるだけ？なんか、型のところに伸びてる線とか何もないから、本当は下の部分は本当に引っかかってるだけ。なるほど。
Suspiria. When was that made?
ということで、ノワールはどうなの？仲間になったわけではないんだよね。パーティーになりましたっていう。
Oh, so that's a recent one.
はい、ということで、
Sussy. Sus. It's crazy how that. I can't see sus and not think about fucking meme shit.
フロックカード。フロッキーカード。この辺にいらっしゃるかな。
Oh, so there was an old one. There's a remake. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, all right. Now you got my attention. That Shimbo actually took. Okay, I'm gonna unironically watch. That's all you had to say. Oh, oops. The fuck was it called? Suspiria. Trust me, you don't have to. You don't have to warn me. You don't have to put a disclaimer about films for me. I expect every film I go into, no matter how much it's praised, to be a giant piece of shit. So, No one distrusts the medium of live action film more than me. So I'm the last person to get disappointed at a film recommendation because I have zero expectations. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, I'm gonna have to check it out then. I will absolutely watch it then. That's wild to hear. The Shaft aesthetic is particularly relevant to me right now because we've been taking it into account when making the game, just because it's like a thing, it's because it's minimalism based, it's a thing we can look at and take from, so. I mean, it's not always minimalism based. They have less minimalistic works, but we're thinking about the minimalistic ones. It's a continuation of the Dazaki school. I'm not gonna lie, when I think of Dazaki, I just think of painted stills. To me, Dazaki, I hear Dazaki, I just think of like melodramatic painted stills. Haruna Ashioto. Oh, yeah, and only considers that. Yeah, that's mad interesting. That is really. Yeah, that's very true, because, like, they literally don't. They have such a different perspective on the whole age thing. Whoa, this. Yeah. Is this. The artist? Is this. No, I don't know the artist. It's just. This looks cute and funny. I don't believe I'm familiar with the writers. Oh, this is the EF dude was on it. Oh shit. Interesting, yeah. I'll have to I will definitely have to check it out at some point. Yeah, Shinkai, yeah, before Shinkai went to the dark side. I think we need her to be shrunk. Oh, you know what would make the most sense? To have a feeling like she's headed towards like light or something. Muda ni Goka. Yeah. It's got his very verbose aesthetic. Some maybe all, but the openings he handled were actually epic. Before he went to the dark side. Became cringe. What the fuck made him become so cringe? I have no idea. Well, I mean, it's not like he. I guess he was just never based in the first place. People just put him in a based spot. It's twisted.
お前今からここで歓迎会するってさっき言ってたからな。あ、ここじゃないんだよ。ごめん、俺が間違ってたよ。ここで歓迎会
Makes you wonder, did he even play any of the games that he fucking worked on? Because like how would he think he's a competent writer? How would he think he's a competent writer if he played like even a single VM? It's really bizarre. Fuma, I'm wondering if it killed your last sentence because I'm actually not sure what it's connecting to. YouTube kills a lot of sentences or a lot of posts.
なんでそんな反応なんだよ。
Oh fuck! There's a cut. I think in like the
そういえばネプキューンはナスが嫌いでしたね。
fourth SAO opening or something.
話が。
That's actually I think pretty similar to what I fucking need right now. Oh my god! I can't believe I just thought of that.
一番分かった。 お前ナスみたいな色してるくせに。
All right, let's take a look. Actually, I'll just pull it up on this computer.
これ何のネタっすか？ナスを食べると名人だってダメージを受けるっていうの何のネタかわかんないですけど、分かる人がもしいらっしゃったらなんかコメントに書いてくれると嬉しいです。 どんな映像になっているんだろう。
Let's see. I hope I didn't Mandela it. I feel like there was something really fucking similar. No, I might have Mandelaed it.
まあ意外と強いとなると、なんでさっきあんなボロボロだったんだよっていう話になる気がしますが、まあスルーするんでしょう。
I think I like fused a few different. Yeah, I fused like 2 different parts. Fuck. I thought I had like a super good spoon feed,
また、エンテドライブ
but I didn't. Okay. I said, yeah, another example of. Oh. Yeah, that got censored. That's fucked up. Going from cute and funny games to depicting the time. Yeah, exactly. That's fucked up. That could be Unim. That could be. Only thing is that because of the more compressed duration, often feels more contrived in cinema, like everything slides in place easily. Yeah, that's right. That's how cinema tends to be. Yeah, I find that like what the light. It's interesting because like the light novel scene and the VN scene, VN scene have this like, they have this like coupled history. They have this like they're related things, but like they definitely call for like very different things ultimately. So that definitely like makes sense what you're saying for sure. Because what's funny is that like you know I often find like I often feel like by default the connection between like Kirara and Viens is like tighter than Elens and Viens in terms of like more like the more you know like theme subject side, but with you know obvious blatant differences. But and I think it's because you know the Frida. Well, first of all, they are like somewhat associated cultures, and they don't have like the limitation that manga defaults to with like the you have to keep throwing like stupid cliffhanger hooks and shit. The stuff that incentivizes manga writing to be cheap. You know, obviously it doesn't have to be, but in many cases is. Like that's obviously like not there. You know, like with your Kirara K type shit. So it's able to just spread out a more long-term thing like a VN is. No, I haven't yet. Unfortunately. But I absolutely should soon. I wonder if there's an easy way I can get a hold of it. I mean, it's not like I've read like every Jun Maeda thing, but that's a major one I've never even looked at all. I wonder if there's an easy way to get a hold of it. I'll make a note though. I'll try to find it. How many volumes did it end up running? Looks like 6 maybe. I'll have to get a hold of it. Yeah, just 6 volumes. Yeah, that could probably be knocked out pretty quickly. I'm excited. Oh no shit! There was physical. Wow. Yeah, Book Off is goated. You can find crazy cool shit in Book Off. I found a first edition volume of like I think it's like volume like 10 or something of Kinnikuman. But yeah, you can find crazy shit there. Speaking of like kind of forgotten Jun Maeda shit, did you know that he did a yeah, 6 volumes sounds really good. It sounds like a good like yeah, because that's roughly the equivalent of about like well, depending on how you pace it, like maybe 2 to 3 normal novels or something. You know how Bush, you know how he does like the like story albums, the like image albums or whatever. You know, like Awari no Hoshi no Love Song and shit. He had an image story album thing he released back in like the mid O's or something that I think was just called Love Song, making it like effectively like unsearchable because of the overlap. But yeah, people. I still haven't gotten a chance to like listen to it and shit. But I apparently like the lyrics and that and stuff have ideas he revisited and have on and stuff. So I'm pretty excited to give that like a proper like lyric read along type listen. Okay, I have to pull up the actual designs for the characters because I don't remember them all. There's gonna be quite a few. Let's see who's missing. I gotta make like little adjustments to some of these touch here. Okay, so I think we can put her. Oh, you know what? We can actually have her doing that gesture because I feel like I want someone holding up their hand in excitement. I'm planning on catching up with Hebon again. Like maybe like towards around like summer time or something this year. I heard that they made the game like quite easy at this point to make progress in compared to before. So I'm really excited to just kind of smoothly get through it. What's her hairstyle? I would say maybe I'll catch up on stream, but probably not with that game. I don't want people seeing me get emotional and shit. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Book off seems like the closest you can get to a JP physical shopping experience in the state. Yeah. Oh, the only ones are in Paris. Yeah. I hear Paris is not. It's definitely not a place you want to go. You want to be these days. It's kind of a similar situation in America. Like you kind of have to be in like. You know, you kind of have to be in like an ickier area to find a book off. Like, it's not like I can just easily go to a book off. Yeah, take it easy, Bada. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for popping by. Oh, she's got like the twin tail, so that can be used to fill up space. create like momentum for the gesture.
だから友達いないって言われる。
I got her too high up though. There are a lot in California. I see. I guess that's one good thing about California.
そもそも迷惑かけたのはノアールじゃない。
Oh wow, you got a unlucky one. Oh shit, Santa Monica Valentine's Day event pin. Oh, that sucks. Some lowly comments have done it. That's fucking funny as hell. Nanoha Enrica. I guess they're a Yukari Tamura fan. Oh, I see. They get the overstuff. Interesting. Definitely too high up. More energy to this pose. There's a huge amount of goatee stuff around year or two ago. Yeah. Oh, yeah, interactive DVD, VN, really. Those are so weird. I was always curious how those work. There's the one, like, Little Buster's side story thing written by the, what's her name, Mio's Root? I can't remember the author, but yeah, he wrote this whole little like Little Buster sub story that was only ever released in that form, if I remember correctly. Maybe there was I think fans ported it to PC. But yeah, really interesting. Majo no Ochakoi. Oh, interesting. Oh, good point. Yeah, because I always forget that California is really physically close to Japan. That's like one of the perks. Interesting.
どう見てもタンポポじゃない。説明がこれで以上です。くれぐれもあります。
Oh wow, it has codes. That's fucking crazy. That's so cool and interesting. Just a heavily censored version of the VM with the DVD format. That's funny as fuck. That's crazy. Does it have like a fun screen for it, or was it implemented just kind of simply? I think I was like halfway through chapter 3 with all I want to say like at the time 70% of the events played. I didn't get to play the third Angel Beats event, but I did play the first 2 Angel Beats events. Both were absolute peak. So yeah, I don't know how many events they made since. They were adding a new event like monthly for a while. I can't imagine they kept up that pace since. But yeah, that's what I did. So I have a pretty good chunk to catch up on. I think I'm technically not even halfway through the content that they have now. I probably got a good like maybe 30, 40 hours ahead of me. Maybe even more. Alright, well, we're getting a weird perspective effect that I don't want right now. For God's sake. Shit. I'm trying to think what the hell they do with their posts. Should probably be maybe shoved back so we get some more overlap. Also, the head placement's super weird. The whole thing's gonna have to get. Once I know where to place everything, I'm gonna have to like totally, obviously, redraw everything. But for starters, I just need I need a nice placement plan at least. They did Ever 17 as their big one. Oh, I see. Yeah, Hiramaki was trying to market. That's insane. I didn't even know about that. called anime play. That's fucking hilarious. Sekai no Teki, what's that? Is that something I should know? Quick rundown on pars. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Huh. How have I never heard of him? I didn't know anyone was covering that kind of shit. The Dempa tubers. Oh, that sucks. What the fuck? Oh, here he is. Oh, this is pretty interesting. This is a video how Tolkien TRPGs and CRPGs came to Japan. That actually looks really interesting. I'm actually gonna watch this. Oh, I see. Honda, what is that? Honda Toru? Oh, the fucking character, yes. No, not the character. The actual fucking... Not the Fruits Basket character, the actual... The playwriter. Oh, this dude, yes, this dude, yes. I hear him mentioned quite a bit. Yes. Now I remember, yep. Yeah, you just get hits for free, exactly. It's like Honda Tour, that like rings like 2 different bells. What's the last character we're missing? Oh yeah, that's right.
部の方を見たいけどそれを使うかわかんないさあやべめちゃめちゃ強かったなあこっちにもリカちゃんあるんだでも強かったな
Yeah, obscured by incel style rants. I would imagine, because what was the I kind of remember the premise. Yeah, that's right. I remember the premise. Yeah, I would imagine if you feel the need to make such a book in the first place, there's probably gonna be, you probably got some demons to work out. But it does sound interesting for sure.
なるほど
Alright, I'm thinking we should put her like here or something. Here.
ということで入ってきたはいいのに死にかけなんで一旦でま
I feel like that's an awkward overlap spot. Trying to find like a non-awkward spot. I think she still needs to move. Very moving composition of the castle crew going to army. Yes, the love economy. Yes. Our artist rendition of the Undertale monsters reaching the surface. Oh, he's basically like, yeah, that's pretty fucking funny. That's funny as shit.
まあこんな感じでとりあえずエグゼドライブまだ覚えないんでねよしじゃあちょっとセーブします一旦
Okay, the problem is that her pose suggests,
このパートでいきましょう
her pose keeps suggesting a freaking like low angle type thing.
あるリーダーにしようかじゃあザラットシーンに入っていきましょう
Just gonna keep it like that for now.
その辺に有敵なのがその辺に有敵にしてはやたら強いこれがテルトスか
No, I'll keep it like
名
that.
前がよくわかんない
Just keep it like that for now. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah. Good night, Chris. For sure. Thanks for popping by. I think we'll be on tomorrow. Well, no, I mean we almost certainly will be on tomorrow. Unless there's like some art thing that I definitely do not want to do on stream that's taking up the whole day, I will definitely be on. Wait, I just realized. Are you gonna see her? No, you'll see her natural eye, her normal eye. So that would have actually been a bit of an issue if I would have had to change her pose if you can't see her normal eye. Alright, let me look at a different reference image. It might help. Might help unlock something.
っていうのも素早さが低すぎるのが痛い。
I'm just trying to figure out where I can sneak in the last. Oh, you know what would probably be good?
いいような気がする。
Maybe like foreground, like maybe. No, this could be terrible, but
下が多い。元々
like more foreground oriented.
だいぶ頭おかしい血液シスター。あ、なんだこれ。兄ちゃん大好きよ。今日も頑張って。なんだこれ。幼馴染っちゃおう。
I mean, maybe this is just too big. Let's just. Maybe this idea has legs. Ah, shit. Got too small. I'm trying to think. Nah, it's just too. It's too weird. It overlaps too much. It's too freaking weird. But I do feel like something in that vicinity needs to be done. Like maybe having her like. I don't think here is a good idea. No, there's definitely no space there. Yeah, I'm curious to hear what the big takeaway ends up being. Let's see. Let us see. Okay, maybe what we can do is actually we will shrink her. Yeah. I think we're starting to cook. Yeah, now I think it can create enough. The book is fucking 600 pages. What the frick? That's you knew, yeah. Cats would tell you to destroy all the English on your laptop. なんだって
あれは何なんでしょうね。
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to hear
あ、そういう名前がついてるんだ。
what the takeaway ends up being.
あれこいつあれか？
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I do not blame you.
こいつあれだね。シャインツゲートの
For me, it's been like by far audiobooks or have become the most.
なんかいろいろありそうな言葉だったな今。
Just because, like, they're the, thing you can listen to while doing other shit. I also rip all the VN lines out of VNs I've played, and I let the lines loop and stuff. It's been super helpful for writing dialogue. Yeah, I've been wanting to read it soon myself. I only read the first volume like ages ago, but I've been really meaning to go through the whole thing. I'll have to do a whole I've been really meaning to do a whole catch up on all of Ishin's shit in general. Period, but I feel like maybe if we make it bigger. I just feel like I'm adding too much literal depth that we don't want. I feel like this is a bad idea.
大物が反映されてないから全然意味ねえな。あ、もしかして向こうこれがこれがこれが
Maybe this is fine actually. We just gotta change her pose. Or alternatively make all of them. And then that way I think we can lower her. My brother's not gonna like doing this one.
多いな。
Okay, I think if we lower her a bit, I think maybe we've cooked. Yeah, I know. There's so many light novel authors that I wish would do a VN. One idea I had that I thought would be really cool would be VNifications of series. That would be so fucking cool. Not you get bonus. Oh, I think I already talked about this one. Because it was mentioned how the Index Soshige did actually adapt some of the material. And I think maybe Don Machi did as well or something at some point. But I'm talking real deal all out VN shit with even extra little extra content branch shit. That would be so fucking sick. Very unlikely to ever see something like that happen, but it would be freaking cool.
ですね。これ動画なんていうかジャンプかな。よし。超おかしい。あいつが前向いてるのか後ろ向いてるのかよくわかんない。もうべきな。よし。さあ、レベルアップ。いい感じ、いい感じ。あれあいつ倒してね。
Oh yeah, I forgot it has Fergon. Because it was in jump.
一応、どうせ、後でレベル上げとか必要になるんだろう。
Yeah, Saragoto I have also never touched.
達成してない。あ、間違えた。
We'll have to get to all that.
相手のセリフとないのは、カゴなら覚えておいた方が戦闘が楽です。
I forgot how helpful Furigana is when you're a little bit, like especially when you're like below N1. Furigana can be a lifesaver. Well, the thing is, I didn't. Well, it's not like I didn't know about text hookers, but I didn't like. They kind of sucked, and I didn't know like the good setup for them and shit during most of my learning. So I would really like when shit had Furigana, because then I could actually like look shit up without having to punch in, without having to like be tested on if I can like type in the readings or not. Although typing in the readings every time I had to look shit up was good practice. Was good like review and practice and stuff. So there is that.
決めて落としてくれ。さっきの会話もあったことだし、画面一旦切りますか。ちょっと区切り悪いですけどね。ボス戦がめちゃめちゃあるのか。セーブポイントとかある。あるね。じゃあセーブポイントまで行きましょう。レベルではない成長をし、投げるさん。お、ああ、あいつか。あいつじゃない。なんだっけ、フェニックス的なやつじゃないの。ということで、ここで一旦セーブしてきますかね。ということで、ここで一旦切らせていただきます。ご視聴ありがとうございました。また次回ありますので、もしよろしければ次回もご視聴ください。ということで、じゃあねー。
Yo, Device. I wanted to learn JP just to be able to read Nishio Ishin's LN and its full untranslated. Well, that's a good reason. I mean,
はい、ということでやっていきましょう。
for me, being able to read untranslated index was a huge motivation. So it's always good if you have a favorite author that motivates you. I feel like having a favorite author that you just really really want to be able to read is like huge. The only problem it can create is sometimes you will like continuously like put off really going through all this shit for a while because you keep wanting to get like better to appreciate it more. So you want to like get the best first time experience with it in JP. Index is, it's not so much the jargon that makes index difficult. It's just Kazuma Komachi is extremely sarcastic, and he has a kind of wordy. He has this like verbose, like it's not highly verbose, it's semi-verbose, but it's very like culturally like you have to be up on a lot of things and like up on a lot of like nuance to really be able to follow what they're getting at. Like they'll throw these really like kind of like layered sarcastic comments at each other quite a bit and stuff, and like, yeah, you got to be pretty up on your shit to really follow it really well. Tanaka Romeo is very similar as well. Yeah, so okay, yeah. I would recommend, yeah, cross channel. I would 100% recommend being very good before. I would recommend being very good before reading cross channel. If you wanna, that's one I definitely recommend. Making sure that you're pretty damn good. Yeah, Boogie Pop I'd like to check out at some point too. It's considered a classic and shit. I have like no exposure to it whatsoever, but it's definitely something I'm looking forward to checking out. LNs, I don't have a ton of LN experience myself. I was always usually mostly much more focused on VNs. Yo, Name. Name is our other goat. Will and Name are our two goats. QW is also a goat because he was the first person to ever donate to me. So those are our three goats. Let's see. I think I'm actually gonna end now because I think I'm just gonna I think I'm gonna have like a little troubleshooting session with this composition with my brother, real quick right now, and just get some feedback. And then tomorrow, I might put like a little bit of time into this on stream, because the composition's the hard part. I might put a little bit of time detailing this on stream, but we're mostly just going to be coding in spells and all that. The actual fun shit I wanted to do yesterday, but had to do a bunch of other chores first. So tomorrow will be dedicated to putting all the fun shit in the game. And we will have a very fun game by the end of tomorrow's stream. Yes, good to see you, Unum. Good to see you. Fumo, Name, Devirus, everyone. Jo pop by. We don't see Jo a lot. But yeah, I will be back. I will be back tomorrow. So yeah, no, yeah. Don't worry, we will be back. We got the new computer where we can stream a lot now. So.